Hey everyone, how are y'all? Sally Mae, thank you, honey. I've missed all of y'all too. It is good to be back. Miss Chewy, I am so sorry to hear about your dad, honey. Alright, let's see if Nightbot is going to be on time tonight. Just on, how are you? Email is pinned to the top of the chat. Anyone needs to get in touch with me? Hey Nina, please pray for my son. He is in the ER. Okay, Sally, you got it. Y'all, everybody, please keep Sally's son in your prayers. Julie, how are you? Hey, sweet Melissa, how are you? Sweet Melissa, it actually came back on last night. Hey, Don't Dive, how are you? Let's see, I'm doing good. I hope you're doing better with other things going on. Yes, just done. I'm still burning up though, y'all. It's taken forever for the house to cool down. And thank all of you for sending prayers up for uh, Sally Mae's son. Hope you're okay. Glad. Yes, sunset gazing. We are doing good. We just had a couple of limbs down around here in my yard anyway. And on the property, I think there's some trees down, but other than that, we're good. Thank goodness the power is back on. Some people still haven't got their power back on around here. They're saying it could be the 24th before theirs is on. Hey, Cherokee, how are you? CJ, how are you? CJ, we had a storm come through. Well, go back to Thursday night. Thursday night, I couldn't go live because our internet and phones were completely down. It didn't come back up until close to 1 o'clock in the morning. About 3 o'clock in the morning, we had a storm come through with 80-mile-per-hour winds and knocked everybody's power out around here. And ours just came back on last night. So there's still people, like I said, that don't have their power on. Hey Freya, how are you? Stevie, how are you? Okay, I need to ask y'all a question real quick. I have my air on. Can y'all hear it blowing? Hey Big Al, how are you? Oh yes, sunset gazing. I thought I was gonna sweat to death, honestly. Okay, good. Y'all can't hear it, then I'm leaving the air on. But it's for those that can hear it, it's not too bad, right? If it is, I'll cut it off and just leave the fan going. Hey Treasure, how are you? Yes, CJ, they were straight line winds. It was the storm that came through had that bow echo in it, and we were right in the middle of it, of the bow. The camping grandparents are still out. Caddo Parish had a yes, don't dive. The tornado that touched down in Caddo Parish is the one that took out a lot of the transformers and all that the electric company has for Louisiana and Texas. Please keep your ear on. Sweet Melissa, if nobody's gonna complain about it, I'm gonna keep it on because, like I said, it is still. It seems like it's taken forever, and I've had The box fan, I've had 3 box fans going in my air just in my room, and it's still hot in here. We've been under an excessive heat warning since Thursday. Hey, Tech Death, how are you? And Queenie's mom, yeah, I'm fine. Like, I've got it going. I have my monitors sitting to where it's kind of blocking the air from blowing on me, so it's not hitting my mic and it's kind of blocking a little bit of the noise. So if it's not bothering anybody, I'm just going to leave it on. Cammy, how are you? I'll send some cold too. It's 57. Freya, please send it. I don't like cold weather, but I'm gonna be honest, y'all. I can't wait till winter gets here. I really can't. I don't know what it is, but I've got where I cannot stand hot weather. I've never sweat so much in my life. And I had every one of my windows in the house open. I had the front door and the back doors open to help it draft the air through. Um, and it was still hot. And it wasn't too bad when the wind was blowing a little bit, but the wind stopped in the middle of the day, like the hottest part. And it was just, oh my God, it was horrible. If you stayed inside, you were hot. If you went outside, you were hot. It's like you couldn't get comfortable. None of us didn't sleep. See, I like cold weather, but nights a bit too chilly. Right? If it turned cold here right now, I wouldn't be complaining. Okay, Michelle. See if you have ice. A bowl of ice directly in front of the fan. Just on somebody else told me that in one of my comments about putting I think they said something about frozen water bottles put in front of it. Let's see. I had the heat on. Oh wow, Sally. Big Al, that's not funny. Too dang bad we don't live close to you. See, it worked for us. I may have to try that just on. Just weird. Jamie, I know it's gonna be so hot come August. It's gonna be ridiculous. And I'm afraid it's with it being so hot that it's hurricane season. It's going to be once they do start ramping up those storms, they're going to be really bad. We got rain in West Oregon today with the warning of funnel cloud thingies. Yeah, Roger, we had a lot of those. That was the rotations all around us the other night. Hey, Vapor, how are you? Hey, Gigi, how are you? You can't stand getting too hot or too cold. Don't care for tossing and turning to get sleep. Yeah, Scott, there was no sleep going on. Vapor, I'm doing good, thank you. Had a tornado blew away half the town close to us. Jamie, is that was it Perrington? I seen where somebody had posted on Twitter. They were doing like a video of the town, and it just basically took everything out. All right, y'all. I'm about to open up the panel. If anybody wants to come up, there are a few different things I want to discuss. If y'all hear Milo in the background, don't pay any attention to him. Poor thing. They were hot too outside. Hey, Yorkie Mama, how are you? And thank you, Yorkie Mama. Isn't it crazy how spoiled we are when not even a few hundred years ago they didn't have much? K-Brass, that is true. Hey, H-Town, how are you? Got another one yesterday, but it didn't cause much damage. Yeah, and Jamie, I felt bad for the guy. I don't know who he was that had posted the video on Twitter, but he was like, I need ambulances. I need just police. I need whoever can come and help some of these people. And he was just panning around, showing the town, and there was nothing left. Let's see, I saw Pleasant Grove, Alabama get after a Cat 5. I'll never, yeah. So we're going to get a warning as highly unusual, so today was weird. Yeah, this weather stuff has just been, I don't know. The weather has been weird, like the last week or so. 1, 2, thank you. So heartbreaking, it went right through the middle. Let's see, it was a storm that came your way on Thursday. That was Jeff. Oh, so loaded hot. You saw it too. I felt so bad because he was just asking people to come help. No, Glowbug, I can see you. So the aftermath are in the only video on my channel. Yeah, it's after hurricanes come through and there's nothing left of the town. That's very heartbreaking. Oh, okay. I don't follow him loaded hot, but I guess it just popped up because I do follow some other storm chasers. I just felt bad because he was begging for people to come help the people in the town, and just the way the town looked. So pray we don't dive. I hope we don't, but I don't know. They're saying that there was one that was starting up off the coast of Africa. Thank you, Ted. I'm glad to be back. Current temperature here right now, 1-2, is 84 degrees. We're still under an excessive heat warning. And what was so bad is our humidity was only 53% when it was so hot. And right now the humidity is 80%. And it is still hot out there. If you walk outside, you start pouring sweat. I think the weather pattern is one for the hurricanes in the Gulf. Yes. How are you?
Good. Sounds like it's El Nino making a comeback.
Wait, I can barely hear you. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can cut you up a little bit. Okay, what was that again?
It sounds like El Nino is making a comeback.
Something, because it's just been weird
And it's the
here
weird thing
lately.
is it's our rainiest month of the year, June,
Uh-huh.
April and June. We haven't had any rain in June.
Yeah, I remember you telling me the other night about the farmers up there.
Yeah, nothing measurable in northern Minnesota. I think southern Minnesota's had some, but northern Minnesota we've had literally just zero.
Oh, wow.
It's getting really dry.
And Loaded Hot is saying that there's two big storms off the coast of Africa now. That's all we need. It's the hurricanes to come through, because I know it's hot as it's been here, and South Louisiana has had more days of excessive heat warnings than we've had up here. The Gulf is going to be hot, and once those storms hit that hot water, they just start ramping up really bad.
Yeah, the warmer that water gets, the more trouble the whole Gulf Coast is going to be in.
Yep. Gigi, I'm about 150 miles from the Gulf Coast. And Ted, you were right. Tired of summer and it ain't even here yet. What is the first day of summer? The 21st is the first day of summer. I'll be glad. Yeah, I may not hear me say that a whole lot, but I'll be glad when winter gets here. And this year, I'm not going to complain about how cold it is. Betty Joe, how are you? And thank you.
I hope I get to pick my winter weather this year.
Betty Joe said, I thought you got lost. Betty Joe, I thought I was going to melt. I have never sweat that much. It was miserable. And
You're able to sleep in that heat?
No, there was no sleeping.
Oh, I thought you said I just never slept so much.
No, I never sweat so much.
Oh, sweat.
Me and Troll, we wasn't able to sleep. Now my sons, they had moved some cover in the living room and slept at, like where my front door is, and then I have a window, 2 windows next to the front door, and I had both of those open and the door, and they slept in front of that trying to get some air. And it was, hey Lori P, how are you? And it was still miserable.
There are YouTube videos all over the place on how to turn a cooler into an air conditioner.
Mm-hmm.
I have
I'm
done
gonna
that
have to look those
before,
up.
and it works.
I may have to try that.
It does. It works with just a small computer fan
Mm-hmm.
and a little bit of PVC pipe and frozen water bottles.
Well, I may have to try that. Look it up and see how you do it and all that. See, Andy Hill, Brian Hall, Sunset Gazing. I watch a lot of Brian Hall stuff. True, baby. I missed all of y'all as well. Yeah, Roger. It starts Wednesday the 21st. Hey, King Scarlet. How are you?
So I'm noticing a lot of content today on the case. It's like all over my suggestion wall.
There's been a lot from what I've seen. It's had to do with those latest court documents that had dropped.
I'm reading that a lot of people are theorizing that he was the DoorDash driver.
Oh, yes,
Sleuthie's doing a live about it right now.
actually, me and Sleuthy, because she had that theory, and I got to thinking. I think you were on panel the night that I was going through one of the search warrants, and it had the two AT&T phones that was in the search
Yep.
warrant, but it didn't have like anybody's name attached to it or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I wrote her on Twitter, and I was like, yeah, I got a theory about your theory. Could one of those AT&T phones be, if Bryan is a DoorDash driver, could he have been using one of those phones that night? And somebody had actually commented on her theory of that and said that their wife used to DoorDash and she wouldn't use her personal phone. She would use a different phone just for DoorDash. And she said that she had asked him, why was that? What was um, the reasoning for that? And he hasn't wrote her back yet. And
Well, okay, let's toss a little spice onto that, okay?
okay.
I agree. That's not unthinkable. I think it's quite possible. But as an alibi, wouldn't that crush him and place him at the scene?
Mm-hmm. Hey, Avion, how are you? Yeah. I
He'd
mean,
be putting himself at the scene.
because now I don't know if he's a DoorDash driver or not. I did think about it the way Sleuthy was thinking about it. Um, DoorDash driver shows up at 4 o'clock. A car at 4:04 is seen turning around and driving around. Okay, so it puts DoorDash driver and Bryan in the area at the same time. But I just don't. He can't use it as an alibi. I just. I mean, he can't.
Well, I would
'Cause-
think if he did it, I mean, he's cutting his own throat. He's putting himself at the scene
right.
at the time of the murders.
Yeah.
So is that why he's hesitant on using it?
I mean,
If that is in the in fact the case, I would. I mean,
okay, so Eric said I thought the DoorDash driver was a girl and she was interviewed. Law enforcement never said if the DoorDash driver was male or female, just that they had came forward and said that they were, they had delivered the DoorDash that night. Hey, Dreamcatcher, how are you? And where they put that the people that they don't believe is involved in the murders, DoorDash driver's not on there. Now, I'm not saying that I think he is. It was a theory that had came up, and I kind of I try to think of it as like the way Sleuthy was looking at it. And she did put a theory together and she sent it to me, but I'm not going to go over that because she has her thing going on right now, and I don't want to,
of
you know what I'm
course,
saying?
yeah, of
Um,
course.
but the police, all they said was that they talked to the DoorDash driver, and that was it. Hold on, I'm just seeing my
See, but
name.
once again, we got these big bombshell things coming out, and nothing's been said officially.
Right, that is true. And this is where all the speculation and theories and
Yeah,
opinions and hey, Jenna Marie, how are you? Start coming up where police, if there wasn't the gag order, could come out and be like, Bryan Kohberger was not the DoorDash driver, because that saying that he's not is not going to hurt the case.
Now, I don't know. Is there anyone in chat that DoorDashes that does it? Because I'm wondering if you can see where an order is going before you accept it, like the actual address, and can you see other people's pickups?
Dreamcatcher, yes. I am very happy it's back on. Okay, so Loaded Hot says his wife. Does she still do it now, Loaded Hot, or is it something she did in the past? Hey, Agape Love, how are you? I mean, because, like, how do they determine if you have multiple drivers in an area, let's say in Pullman, and a Jack in a Box delivery comes up? How do they determine? Is it like a first person that gets there to take the delivery? Like, how does that work? See, that was my what? Oh, that was Loaded Hot that said that. Okay, so Loaded Hot, why? Hey, Tonka, how are you? Sybil, how are you? So Loaded Hot, why, when your wife did DoorDash, why did she use two different phones? Let's see. Dreamcatcher said my granddaughter did in the past. She could accept or refuse. Okay.
Yeah, I think they go into a queue. Or if they're the next one up, I'm just guessing, but it makes sense. If they're the next one up, they can either take a delivery or not, and then they pass it on to the next person.
Oh, hey Bushcraft family, how are you?
And I think it goes by who's closest. I know that's how Uber works.
Okay.
The closest person gets dibs on
Oh,
a ride that comes up.
okay. Sybil said you can't see the address until you accept it. Loaded
Oh,
Loaded Hot said the DoorDash app is clunky and would stall up, slowing her phone down. So she uses an old phone with no other apps on it. Okay, so, I mean
that
that
makes
makes
sense.
sense.
I wouldn't want my personal phone mixing with that anyway, though. I don't think.
No, it's, I mean, because I'm pretty sure that app could probably get hacked,
Oh,
and your phone is, that app is on your phone and all that. Yeah.
nothing's unhackable. I mean, it's
But I mean, it does make sense why his wife would use another phone with nothing else on it. Um, Bushcraft family, I saw your email that you sent to me, and I'm sorry that I haven't got back to you, but for some reason it went to my spam folder. And my power just came up last night. I will get back to you probably tomorrow and see if we can work something out if you still want to do that. Okay, so Sybil says closest to the restaurant. Elliot's never denied he BK was DoorDash driver, only stated the DoorDash driver was interviewed. Sunset Gazing, yes, that is correct. Dreamcatcher says that she knows her granddaughter wouldn't take the ones too far away. So I don't know. I'm not gonna say that he was. I'm not gonna say that he wasn't, because really we don't know. Do I think he was? I don't think he was, but I also kind of see where the theory is coming from. It puts them both in the same area at the same time on the night of the murders.
and it would explain why he'd be reluctant to talk about it
True.
because it puts him at the scene. The
Now,
minute he says that's his phone, now they're going to look at location services on that phone as well.
right. But if one of those two AT&T phones are his, I wonder where they got it from, because it doesn't say any on any of the search warrant
Could have been
returns.
all the DoorDash drivers in the area. They could have just ran a search
Possibly.
because I'm sure they pulled up every phone within, got probably a mile of the murder scene and looked at every one of them
Yeah, they could have
to
done
see
that.
what overlaps. I mean, it would
Hey,
make sense.
Summer, thank you.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
just hate the way shit comes out of thin air on this case, and everybody just goes berserk.
right.
Because there was I saw like 7 or 8 channels that I don't watch that were popping up in my feed today.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of them that I don't watch that I've never even heard of. But let me go to the Idaho website, because in one of the documents that was dropped while my power was out, I couldn't discuss it. Let's see. There was a defendant's second motion to compel discovery came out. And this is, I'll pull it up. I'm not going to read it word for word or anything like that. Let me just check something real quick. Okay. But there is something that I do want to point out. Okay, and real quick, if y'all have not done so, hit the thumbs up, please. Avion said Crom Circus started this. Avion, you mean about Bryan possibly being the DoorDash person? I haven't watched any of Crom Circus's stuff in a while. We had no power this entire time. No, Gina Marie, it went out early Friday morning and didn't come back up until last night. All right, and I'm throwing the link out again. If anybody wants to come up, y'all are more than welcome to. All right, Big Ellen fixing to hide me and you on here so everybody can see this a little bit better. Okay. Now I gotta find it. So apparently Bryan has talked to Moscow Police Department and did an interview with them and with FBI agent. Because one of the requests that Ann has put in is request 23, please see exhibit, and this is number 4. Shit, it's not gonna let me highlight it though. But it says request 23, please see exhibit A to defendant's first supplemental discovery request for specifics. Hey Tyler Feller, how are you? And it says the state responded that they have provided AV000123 discovered on March the 30th of 2023. However, the provided recording is an in-person interview with FBI agents rather than the phone interview done by Moscow police. Hey Danielle, how are you? So, is these interviews that Bryan done with FBI and or Moscow police? Kind of curious about that.
Yeah, it's odd that it's not. Well, I guess it's not odd that it's not specified.
And see that the AV000123. Okay, let me go that on Exhibit A. I've got this in my notes, so I wouldn't have to keep going back and forth through all of the documents. But on Exhibit A, that's when they had the 995 pages that they had sent over to them, the audio video, which they have listed as AV with 5 zeros, 1, and then photos 1 through 1865.
God, that's a lot of pictures.
Right. But I'm thinking that's going to be crime scene pictures. That's going to be, if they, his parents' house, his apartment, car, possibly. I mean, are they going to take 1,865 photos of just the crime scene?
I don't know if is that even possible. Why at that point? Why wouldn't you just take video?
Which the video could be part of that 51 terabytes.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if those, because I'm just thinking that those terabytes are going to be, that's going to be like all of body cam footage.
They said it was data, documents, images, and video.
So would that
specified?
I wonder if that's going to include like street cams and all that.
I guess anything they looked at, or anything they could put into evidence, because they can't put it into evidence unless they put it in discovery, right?
Yeah, I'd just be glad when this trial starts. Honestly. there's too much confusion going on. Sorry, y'all, the heat's got to me.
Yeah, Tyler said those terabytes should be everything, which include a ton of video. And,
Cameras
and
from
that'd be all
neighbors,
the
people.
cameras. Yeah, neighbors, businesses, CCTV, gas stations. I mean, anything they were able to pull during that time that they were looking at, I would assume. And there's a lot of cameras out there. When you start really looking for them,
Oh yeah, I mean, if you
there's a
just
lot more people that have them on their houses than
right,
now that I'm actually looking around for them and I'm kind of conscious of it. I see them a lot more.
yeah, because honestly, before this case, did we really pay attention to how many
I really
cameras
wasn't,
people were?
honestly. Yeah, I would pay attention to other businesses just to see how they were watching things, but I never noticed them. Like my neighbor has the guy that lives two houses down from the bar has one in his living room window pointing at the road,
Oh
like
wow.
sitting on the windowsill, and I never noticed it and was just driving by and caught my eye, and I was like, "Wow, that's a weird place for a camera."
It's like the case has heightened our senses
A
to
hundred
other
percent.
people's cameras.
I see trail cams at the end of driveways and shit. I'm like, God, why am I noticing this stuff all of a sudden?
It's the case. That's what it
It's a
is.
sickness, is what it is. It's warping my brain.
Hey
And this
Philly, how are
one's
you?
just something
Hey,
special. What up, Philly?
hey, what's up? How you guys doing?
Better.
Scarlett's trying to cool off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she had a big
I
out.
it's like I can't get cool. It's been right at 24 hours since the power's been back on, and I'm still burning up. It's crazy.
Oh man, I'm sorry you're dealing with that heat, and when you add the humidity to it, it's like a double fold. Like, yeah,
And but
it's bad.
what was crazy though is the humidity was only like 53%, and it was still burning up.
It's still oppressive, yeah. And now you said 80%?
It's at
Like
80% right now, and it's let me check the current weather again.
For you
that
guys,
that
that's like
86.
low.
Yeah, I know. And it was literally still that hot. We were in an excessive heat warning, and we're still in it. Hey, Emma, how are you? Hey, Mikey, how are you? We're still in it. And it was supposed to stop at 8 o'clock tonight. And when the 8 o'clock one expired, it started a new one.
so are you guys getting like these storms and like possible tornadoes on top of
Hmm.
the heat?
That's
Yeah.
that's why the power went out because Thursday, well, early Friday morning, a storm came through with 80-mile-per-hour straight line winds, and a tornado touched down in Shreveport, which is north of me, but it took out the whole um, the electric company where they have like all of their like the big places they have with their transformers or whatever that stuff
Right.
is that they have. The
Yeah.
tornado took out some of that, plus all the trees that were down and everything else on lines, and there's some people that still don't have power.
Wow.
It,
And
and won't.
and and hurricane season is like literally just starting for you guys.
Yep, started June 1st,
That's oh my God.
so
I'm
it's
sorry
that's
you're
what.
dealing with that. That's
Well,
bad.
I mean, it's part of living in Louisiana, honestly. But I'm just what I'm worried about, and what Don't Die was talking about, because she's down in South Louisiana, is that hopefully we don't get any hurricanes, because once they hit that Gulf water and as hot as it is, they're going to ramp up.
Well, I was watching the Weather Channel earlier this afternoon, and they were saying that like the water temperature in the Gulf is like hotter than average right now.
Hmm.
It's all
So
those cow. It's the cow farts. I'm telling you,
the
it's the cow farts.
calories,
Yeah, it's the cow
It's
farts. Haven't you heard? It's the cows that are screwing up the
it's the global warming.
everything. Yeah, it's the cows. But it's okay because Bill Gates got a vaccine for it to make the cows stop farting. I just read about it today.
Goddamn Bill Gates,
Yeah,
you
he
know.
saved us again. Or-
Hey, Whisper, how are you?
No, it's
I feel
scary though because I mean, if the water in the Gulf is already this warm,
Yeah,
like
when it starts like this, yeah, when a
what is
hurricane
going to
season
be
starts
thrown?
like this, it's not a good sign.
yeah,
No.
I know. Hey, Pickle Me Emo, how are you? Let's see. I saw Sleuthy video, not a lot. Crumb Circus also pushing DoorDash driver theory. Yeah, I think Sleuthy's was just a premiere. I don't think hers was
Oh, is that what it
a.
was?
Yeah, I think she said it was going to be a premiere, not a live. Let's see.
So Big Al, you like totally freaking woke me up like with the DoorDash. Like it's possible that Brian was the DoorDash driver. Like that's
Well,
freaking
and
crazy.
see, I read something. I read someone else's theory about that, and I kind of dismissed it. And I
Oh,
feel
okay.
kind of bad for what I was thinking in my head was, God, here we go again. But now that people are talking about it, it makes sense in
If you
some weird warped way.
yeah,
Can't use it.
if you think about it, just
Yeah,
the fact that DoorDash and Bryan was in the same area at the
at the
around
same
the
time.
house at the same time. You have this car that they're saying is turning around and backing up in 3-point turns and all this. At the same time, the DoorDash and Bryan is in the area. Um, I mean, I get their theory on it. I really
Yeah,
do.
I do too.
Uh, but like Big Al was saying, he can't go into a trial and say, "This is my alibi. I was the DoorDash driver," because it puts him at the house. Hey Riddler, how are you?
Like literally
Uh,
at the time of the murder. I mean, it doesn't get any worse than that, other
okay.
than having
Yeah.
selfies.
Tyler said, "How could his phone have been off while doing DoorDash?" Tyler, there is a search warrant that has two AT&T phones. Don't know whose phones they are or anything like that. So could he have been using a different phone to do the DoorDash instead of his
A
personal
second
phone?
phone. Yep.
Yeah, a second phone. Because Loaded Hot in chat said that that's what his wife does. She does
That
DoorDash,
totally
and
makes sense.
it does really.
Yeah.
Especially for an Uber driver. And I don't know what the DoorDash software is like, but I've seen the Uber software, and you want that like where you can see it while you're driving. Because if somebody cancels a ride while they're in the back seat, which is I guess pretty frequent, and
Possibly.
you don't want to take them where the hell they're going if they're not going to pay you. So you want to
Right.
see that those alerts right away. So I would assume DoorDash is kind of similar. I wish we had someone
Oh,
in here that like actually did it, so we could just get them on panel and grill them.
Yeah.
if Loaded Hot wants to come up, because well, in Dreamcatcher said her granddaughter does it, and then Loaded Hot's wife does it.
I'd
I mean,
want to talk to somebody who's actually doing it.
do we have anybody in chat that actually does DoorDash? Hey, Sudi, how are you? Or that has done it like in the past?
I know someone who does DoorDash. Now that I think of it,
I
I'm
order
gonna
it
send her
a
a
couple
message. I'll
times
be
a
right
week,
back.
Okay.
but I never actually did it. But
Yeah, where I live at, we can't get DoorDash here, so I don't know anything about it. I just have to go off of what people, in chat, their experiences with it.
the one
Hey,
thing I'll
Pearl.
say about DoorDash though is there's a clear track record. Like when you order it, they send you an email, a text, and then and then wherever you order DoorDash from, they'll say, "Okay, we accepted your order." And then when the driver picks it up, they send you a text. Your driver picked up your order. Like it's all step by step. Like they really
Mm.
track everything. But I don't know the DoorDashers side of what, you know what I mean?
Right. Well, Vapor is saying that if he was the DoorDash delivery person, the app would have tracked where he went after the delivery. And if I'm not mistaken, didn't Ellie say that they talked to the DoorDash driver, um, and they had showed Ellie where they had went and all that after they left the house? Hey, Rich, don't DoorDash. Also take a picture. No way. That is what I've seen people say, that once they drop it, like they'll take a picture, I guess, and text it to the person,
They take it
or
like
send.
everything. Yep. Yeah,
Vapor
they'll
said
take
his
a
daughter does
picture
it.
and they'll everything's tracked. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said before, and I'm in no way saying that he is DoorDash, the DoorDash driver. Um, but when I read it on Twitter, thinking about it,
It
it
makes sense because it's
right.
around the same time. Yeah, I agree. That's why when Big Al said that a little while ago, I was like, he just blew my mind. Like I didn't know, like I didn't even think about that. Like that, it would make total sense if that was the case.
Yeah, I mean this case is just, and like I said, that would be something easily that if there wasn't a gag order, law enforcement could come out and be like, no, he was not the DoorDash driver, and it wouldn't hurt the case. And before I forget, I want to tell all the dads in here, Happy Father's Day.
Yeah, happy Father's Day, everybody.
I don't know. I just October can't get here quick enough, honestly.
I might
It,
have my friend talked into this, but she's really shy, so I'm having a hard time. But I think I might have her talked into it. So make a list of questions for a DoorDash driver because I think I'll be able to get her to come on panel.
Okay. And let her know she don't have to be on camera or nothing like that.
Oh no, I told her. I said you just
Okay.
gotta have your mic, and she's like, I gotta talk. I'm like, well, yeah, just a few questions, nothing too crazy.
Hey, Melissa Jade, how are you? Okay. So if she comes up on panel, she's currently a DoorDash driver.
Yeah, she drives for DoorDash right now.
Okay. Give me some questions, y'all, that y'all want to know about DoorDash, because I'm gonna be honest, I absolutely know nothing about it. Let me this real quick. Go back up through the chat. See, it also could have been the DoorDash driver who ID'd a white car to begin with. True. Okay, as a strict vegan, would he deliver meat?
I would think for money he'll deliver anything, but I don't know.
H-Town wants to know, does DoorDash have a drone? Wait, where did I had NorCal Jim coming up, but then he, right when I hit the button for him to come up, he went away. Hey Chris, how are you? Okay, so Chris says when the order comes up, can you see the address before you decide to accept the job? Okay, let me write that down.
Is Riddler on tonight?
Yes, he's in the chat.
What's up, Riddler?
Okay, I'm writing down that question real quick. Okay, so before you accept, all right. Okay, let's see. On DoorDash you choose what I deliver, and I know beforehand how many miles and how much money. Okay. All right, NorCal, if you want to come back up, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, so I was actually wondering about that with the DoorDash. So when you place an order, I guess it goes out to whoever's in the area that's willing to accept an order. Do they? How do they like fight over who's actually going to deliver your order? Like, do they pay a price for that, or is it just whoever accepts the order first?
I don't know, because that's what I was wanting to know.
I'm
Is it like a first come, first serve, excuse me, for
Right.
like the delivery person, like the
well,
first one that makes it there?
hold on to those questions because she's about to come in.
Okay, well, I've got one so far.
Nice.
Philly, if you have any.
That yeah, that's the only question I have. Yeah.
Okay. So you do a poll, DoorDash. Okay, let me do a poll and just see what everybody thinks. Hey Shay, how are you? Crime Solver, how are you? Cammy too, how are you? How does no contact deliveries work? I think that's just where they basically just drop it at the door.
I think you should have had a maybe on that, not just yes or no. I think it's possible.
Oh well, wait. I think I can change it. Can
I
I
think
change
it's
it?
possible. That'd be my answer. I mean, anything's obviously possible, but
Wait, y'all. Let me do it
Yeah.
again.
Here,
It's-
that's what it. Here, they don't even like knock on your door or anything. They literally just put it on your front step, and then you get a text minutes later. Your order's at your door.
Shit.
But I'm like kind of in the city, so I don't know if it's where I'm like close to the city, so I don't know if it's different if you're like in a more rural area or whatever. But
Jeff H, how are you? So Jeff H says all my Uber Eats deliveries are just left at my door as per my instructions in the app. So I wonder, does DoorDash would it be basically the same as Uber Eats? Like you can leave instructions of where, like if you want it left in a chair by the front door or something
yeah,
like that.
yeah, totally, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna write that question down.
I did have one like kind of startling DoorDash experience. So we were having a snowstorm, and
Mm-hmm.
I kind of live on a, and the DoorDasher was like, I don't know where you're at. And I'm like, okay, I'll come outside and I'll find you or whatever. And she's like, well, I'm stuck at the bottom of the hill. And it's a shame, but like I come down to the bottom of the hill,
Uh-huh.
and she's
Yeah.
stuck in this, and she rolls down the window, and she has like a baby in the back seat.
While she's doing deliveries?
Yes.
whoa.
I'm
Maybe
like,
she couldn't find a sitter and she had to work.
yeah. I mean, obviously I gave her a freaking huge ass tip, but I just felt
Mm,
bad for the lady, you know?
yeah. Let's see. Jeff says my wife uses DoorDash. I think they also leave at door, but sometimes ring the bell, especially if raining. Okay. You are allowed to have someone else drive the vehicle or have others in the vehicle while dashing. Well, like if it's, I guess like Big Al said, if she didn't have a babysitter but still needed to work. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's downtime in between deliveries.
Yeah. I just felt so bad for the lady, you know what I mean? So like
Right.
I hooked her up. But like,
Okay, so Crime Solver says, my question is, does the driver account, is it associated with the car or with driver? Can you use a different car? Okay. But, so when someone orders DoorDash, does the app let, like once it's been accepted by a delivery person, does it let the customer know what color car or what type of car that's going to be delivering?
no.
Okay.
No, yeah, it only tells you, I mean, from my experience, maybe it's my settings. It only tells me when they pick up the order and when they're on their way and when they're like right outside my apartment. Like,
Okay.
yeah. So like when the lady was stuck in the snow, I walked out
Mm-hmm.
my front door and I didn't know what car I was looking for. Like
Oh, okay.
I had to find her, you know.
All right. Riddler, how are you?
Doing just fine. I see you got your power back.
What's up,
Finally.
Riddler?
We missed you. Hi, Philly. Hi, Big Al.
Hey, brother. Hey, Scarlett. Check the back chat.
Okay. Okay.
Just so you know who you're letting in. Obviously,
Okay.
it's a strange person coming on.
All right. I'm gonna keep dropping the link. Wait, where did my question go that I was writing down? Dang it. Okay. I was trying to write crime
I
solver's
sent her.
question.
I sent her the link in
Okay.
the DM.
Nightbot is not working. Okay, Sally, let me slow the chat down and then see what is it with Nightbot. Okay.
So how many people are in this chat right now?
219.
Yeah, 219.
219. Let's hit
And we
that
only
like.
have 65 likes, y'all. Come on.
Let's hit the like button.
Okay, so I am bringing her up now, Big Al.
Right on.
How are you?
Hey, Lisa.
Hey,
Thank you. We needed someone who is currently dashing, and you're the only one that I know. So I really appreciate you answering a couple questions.
Yes, thank you for
Well-
coming up and doing this for us.
hopefully I have the answers.
Well, it's mostly about the app and how it works.
Oh,
So
it's
when
glitchy.
you, well, yeah, I've heard that. When you get a request for a DoorDash, is it based on where you're located or where you are in a queue, or
I
how does that work?
think they kind of queue it, but also it's location based. I think the algorithm kind of works on both of those. Plus it works on like whoever has higher ratings supposedly gets priority orders.
Oh,
So like
that
if you
makes
have,
sense.
like better customer ratings, or if you're like they say acceptance rate doesn't matter, but it does, because if you're like a top dasher, they get priority on the bigger orders, the higher paying ones, because they give top dasher to everybody who's new. So they want everybody to get kind of hooked and try to get them to keep accepting all the orders.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
does
it's
make
The whole
it's
drug dealing thing, first one's on us.
yeah,
Get
it's
you hooked.
weird.
Well, that's the one question I had. So I know there's a couple more.
Okay, so
Like they're
someone in
not
chat.
really transparent about the algorithm either.
Right.
You know.
Okay. Well, someone in chat did want to know, and I've actually seen a couple of people ask this. When an order comes in, if you're the driver, do you get to see the delivery address before you accept the delivery?
So I use Android, and for us, we have a widget that will pop up when you minimize DoorDash app. And as long as the widget's working, it doesn't work with the new guaranteed acceptance screen. But if your offer may be higher, your total may be higher, then you still get to see the widget and you can see the address and even the items in the order. So if there's a lot of drinks and you're like, I'm not messing with that today, you don't have to.
Okay.
I love the widget.
Lots of widgets. And the other thing is if can you see all of the orders, or is it like one at a time?
You can only see the one being sent to you. So you
Okay.
yeah,
So if somebody takes an order, you never see it. If somebody else takes an order, you just never see it.
right. Well, unless it's a low paying one, then those get bounced around and everybody sees it and laughs, declines it, and lets it
And
go
doesn't want to
on.
take it.
Right.
Okay. Can you leave when someone places an order, can they leave the delivery instructions for their delivery? Like if they want you when you drop it off to leave it in a certain place.
Oh yeah, and people do. And I kind of love those. Like a lot of dashers get grumpy if they're really detailed directions, but I love it because some people should leave directions and don't.
Okay. Okay, so someone in the chat wants to know how much does the DoorDash driver info does the customer see? So
I'm not sure on that.
okay.
Like I know they see our name for sure. Our phone numbers are always, like Google Dialer kind of covered up or whatever.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if they can see what vehicle we drive. I know merchants usually can see what vehicle we're supposed to be showing up in. I'm not sure for customers.
No, we can't see it. And like you were saying, like with the Google number, if if the DoorDash driver is having trouble finding my place, they'll call me and it's like some weird area code. But
Right.
and
So,
and I have no idea what car they're driving, so I'm like walking outside looking for a
Oh, so
car
it's
that
not
I
like
don't even know
Uber.
what car.
It's not like Uber
Yeah.
where you know what you're looking for.
see, that would make sense if they'd let the customers know what type of vehicle at least.
It's probably for security. Like we don't get your number and we don't know what car you're driving.
Right.
You know, so that makes sense.
Now, I guess on a question on location, are they constantly tracking your location when the app's open?
Yeah, I think the app constantly does.
Yeah,
Like constantly,
that's
constantly.
that's what I
Probably
thought.
not even just when we have the app open,
Yeah,
but I
probably.
tend to not trust technology and apps and all that, so I don't know.
Yeah,
But like you have to click on allow always when you're setting it up. When you set
right.
up the app, you have to always allow location. You can't just get away with only while using the app. So,
Okay, so that would explain why maybe some dashers use more than one phone, like a
I don't know.
personal
I
phone
think
and
a
then
lot of
one
people
just
like
for
the
dashing.
multi-app too.
Oh, so they're doing DoorDash, they're doing Uber, they're doing Uber
hmm
Eats. Okay.
I mean, I personally have two phones, but that's because my car stereo didn't pick up antenna and I needed music. So YouTube on the other one and DoorDash on the regular one.
Right.
Okay.
I'm looking to see if there's any more questions in there.
I know
So
one
okay,
that people are usually shocked about is the base pay for Dashers is like $2 or $2.50, depending on where they are. And the rest of it, that the money that comes for us is just tips. And people are pretty shocked by that usually when customers find out.
Yeah, that shocks me. I mean, I always leave a tip, but it shocks me they're paying. That don't even cover the gas.
No, not even close, right? And that's not talking like, tire repairs and
I mean,
brakes.
naturally, you
Yeah,
can cover it on your taxes if you qualify for it.
if you qualify,
right.
yeah.
Hmm.
And they
Yeah, I
take
had I
don't they
ran at a
get like
loss my first 3 years.
don't they get like 30% markup from the merchant as well?
Oh, they're raking it in every direction.
Yeah, because I know I had them call me and they wanted me to do it at my bar, and I'm like, unless you got an Amish guy in a buggy, I'm in the sticks, so door dashing here
Right?
ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
someone wanted to
sorry.
clarify something. No, you're good. Someone just wanted to clarify something in the chat. So before you accept to do this a certain delivery, you get to see the address and like the delivery address before you accept the job.
When I first started DoorDash in the original order screen offer screen, it was yeah, I could always see it with the widget. But now they
Okay.
have a new order screen or offer screen that's a guaranteed payout where they aren't hiding part of it.
Uh-huh.
So the original one, they were hiding part of it, and they'd show you however much they think might be enough to get you to do it. But then you might end up getting double that amount or something when you completed it. When that was the screen, you can see the widget and you get all of the information ahead of time. I think it's a
Oh,
glitch that they're working on.
well, I would think whether or not you want to accept a task, you'd want to know where you're going.
Right. Like you can
Instead of
always
just 20
see your
miles.
pickup location. Like you can always see the merchant,
Mm-hmm.
and you have a little map that if you have time, you can zoom in and kind of get a good idea if it's going to a house or a business or maybe apartments
Mm-hmm.
without the widget. But with the widget, it's nice because you see like apartment, whatever, and you're like, nope, that's 5,000 numbers. I'm not going up all those stairs.
Right.
Okay.
Or I mean, I would think there'd be certain neighborhoods you wouldn't want to take jobs
Oh,
in,
for
unfortunately.
sure.
And
And
if you
that's the
can't
weird
see the
thing about
address, then how
DoorDash
would you
too,
know?
right? Like some markets, probably where you are, well, where you were in Minneapolis, I would imagine it's broken down by neighborhood. Like I know Detroit's broken down by neighborhood, but Toledo, it's a 45-minute drive in perfect conditions with no traffic from one corner of the market to the other. So like
That's a hell of an area.
it's insane. It's
Wow.
insane. Yeah,
I mean, 45 minutes, they'd have to guarantee you $20, $30 just to make it worth it.
right. And yeah, and then you're stuck out in the middle of no man's land where you're not getting an order coming back.
Philly,
Right.
thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. Anyone support this channel, and everybody should support this channel and hit the like button.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
just want to say thank you to all the DoorDash drivers and all the drivers, Amazon, every one of them, Walmart, that brought us food and supplies when we were in the pandemic. Because this nation would really
Right.
suffer then. There's people
Yep.
in America aren't geared for disasters.
Oh, hell no.
Oh,
I mean,
We're
I
not.
can see it here in the state I'm in. You know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And if you're not prepped for one of these big storms or even now a pandemic, shame on you. You ought to have at least a 25 days supply of food, 5 days of water.
Are you kidding?
I'm-
I couldn't even find toilet paper at Walmart.
Well,
You know what I
exactly.
mean? Like,
Nobody could.
right.
You know what my biggest seller was, Philly, in the first shutdown? I had a line 20 deep at my claw machine at the bar. I got pictures of it. I'll share it sometime when we got extra time. I put rolls of toilet paper in my claw machine, and I was averaging $20 a roll
in your
That's
your
wild.
claw
in the bar. In the bar, yeah, in my claw
Oh
machine. I
my
got pictures
God.
of it. It was hilarious. And people were literally standing in line for a half an hour and spending almost $20 to win one roll of toilet paper.
You couldn't get hand sanitizers.
Nope, you couldn't get hand sanitizer. You couldn't get toilet paper. You couldn't get paper towels. You couldn't get napkins. I mean, it was around here. The shelves were bare.
It was like that here too.
Yeah.
Okay. Some people are in the chat are wanting to know a little bit more about the widget that you were talking about.
What about it? Like one thing I love about the widget when it works is that
Mhm.
it shows the drop-off instructions also.
Okay.
So the people who don't like the long drop-off instructions can easily, avoid orders that, would be tedious to them.
So the widget, and once again, where I live at, we don't get DoorDash out here, so I know nothing about it.
Yeah.
The widget would be something different than the actual DoorDash app.
Yeah, so like when you minimize the screen, it's basically the DoorDash logo that pops up as a little button in the upper right corner of the screen. And then you tap it and it expands with the address of the merchant and the customer, the instructions. And then you tap a little thing and it can bring up the items.
Okay.
And if it's a DoorDash order placed on DoorDash, the items will be shown. But if it was a merchant requested delivery, a lot of the time we can't see that, and they'll put it in like little Caesars. I'm still mad at them. They said it was 4 items, so I accepted it, and I ended up delivering 16 pizzas to the high school stadium.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, because one item was a dozen pizzas. No, guys, you can't count. That's not how it works.
All right. So Melissa Jade wants to know, can you see the full address prior to accepting the order, or a general map which shows you the length of the trip and the direction? And she's thanking
The
you for
widget lets you
answering.
see the full details.
So the full address before you
Yeah.
accept it. Okay.
Yeah, that's with the widget. But if the widget's not working, like on the guaranteed offer screen, it doesn't work. And I think that's a glitch. I hope it is. I don't know. They said that it is, but DoorDash says a lot. I've reported it. They said that they're working on it, but it's the widget's supposed to pop up every time we minimize. I mean, you have
Okay.
to go into the settings and allow it.
Okay, so it's basically a settings type thing. If you enable the widget when you minimize the app, then the widget pops up on your screen.
Mm-hmm.
But it's an addition to the app.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah.
something additional that you're downloading.
No,
No?
it's part of the program,
Oh, it is.
but it's just something that you have to like go into your menu and toggle, and then you have to select draw over other apps. So the widget will come up and do the overlay kind of thing.
Yep, that makes sense.
Okay. Danielle wants to know, do you have to have a good driving record to deliver DoorDash?
I think so. Because I know that I've seen people talk about getting deactivated for like a speeding ticket or something. And I'm just like, ooh, that's, pretty quick reaction to like one speeding ticket. But you never know if what people are saying is just the truth. Because was it really one speeding ticket or was it like 15?
Right.
I don't know what it takes to actually pass the criteria. Just like they do a background check and they check your driving record. But I don't know exactly the level that.
Okay.
I would assume they'd be willing to look the other way on a lot of things, just because the more people they have driving and dashing, the more money they're going to make.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah.
So just like any other greedy corporation, they're probably like, it's only 4 DUIs. We'll let them.
Probably. Like, I mean, the stories you hear from merchants and customers alike about the disrespectful and ridiculous things that people do. Yeah, I don't know.
They're probably tight on
the criteria can't be really.
They're probably tight on the driving records because they don't want to be sued as well. If you were to get in a car wreck, God forbid.
Well, I know that at first we had to have commercial insurance, or should, and then now that I went to actual W-2 delivering for Pizza Hut, I had to get the commercial insurance, and they're like, well, if you were just doing DoorDash, you could have stayed with your private. I'm like, oh, well, that changed.
Yeah, but a lawyer's going after everybody.
Believe that. If they can sue somebody, they're gonna.
Oh, I already know that. Yeah.
Well, here in Minnesota, if I serve someone a drink at 11 in the morning, and they wreck their car at 11:59 that same night, and it's before midnight, any bar that they went to is named in any lawsuit.
That's wild.
It's called the Minnesota Dram Law. We're the only state that has it. And we have to have separate insurance because of it.
Well, I can tell you, maybe it's the same in PA, but I was at a bar a couple weeks ago, and I was at one bar and had way too much to drink, and I went to another bar, and when I was leaving out the back door, they were like, whatever you do, you tell them at that bar and not at our bar. I'm like, seriously? Like, I'm walking home. Like, there's nothing to worry about. But they were so concerned about
it's
you're
a big deal
at our bar.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Because legally, it's illegal to serve someone that's intoxicated. In Minnesota, it's illegal for me to serve a drink to someone who's drunk.
Ohio is like that too.
Ridiculous, idiotic, moronic law ever.
Same in Florida.
It is discretionary for the bartender, and in Minnesota, if there's a violation, the bartender is named as well as the establishment.
I think Ohio is the same.
Yeah.
Okay, Loaded Hot says less than 3 moving violations, no drug, or y'all see what it says on the screen. No type of charges like that. And then let me go back to Mikey's. Mikey says that LE has created this by not stating the DoorDash was on camera, driver cleared, and hasn't given the interview by MPD with BK that they asked for. DoorDash called in with information, and then I believe they said after that also had a second phone, possibly. Wait, let me find it. Where did it go? Also had a second phone, maybe for DoorDash. Hey, Heaven Stars, how are you? And Mikey, thank you so much for that super chat. That was very nice of you.
Well, hopefully, Lisa, I don't start a new addiction for you with this true crime thing.
Oh,
I'll send
I already
you a
do
link.
true crime things.
Oh, do you? I didn't know that.
Oh God, yeah.
Well, I'll DM you a link to Scarlett's channel. I spend a lot
Okay.
of time here late at night. This is a late night one, so
Oh,
that might be
yes.
right up your alley.
Right, yeah. That is definitely the time that true crimes tend to be watched too. I don't know why.
Yeah, come join us anytime.
Yeah, it was
Thank you
good
guys.
talking to you.
And I want to thank you for just coming out of the blue.
I mean,
uh,
you know, we've been friends forever, so
uh,
I
another
will.
question from chat is the contact delivery. Does the driver just take a picture? Is that it?
Well, for the
Just
no
take a picture
contact
of where you
ones,
left it. Mm-hmm.
no, the no contact is really annoying and weird. They have us call the customer, which I'm sorry is contact, and ask the customer where to leave the items and then take the picture and walk away. So if they choose leave it at the doorstep, that's the one that's truly no contact, where I'm just
Mm-hmm.
going to leave it, not ring your doorbell unless you tell me to, you know, and like stealth mode my way away so nobody's kids woken up or dogs offended or, you know, it's weird.
Oh, Heaven Stars has a paid question.
all right. And Heaven Star, thank you so much for the super chat. And it says, during the hiring process, did you do everything online or did you ever FaceTime DoorDash?
Oh, it was all online.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if there is even a local office or anything anymore. I don't know. I've never been asked to FaceTime with them.
Okay.
God, that's wild that they make that much money off people and have no idea who the hell they are, other
Right.
than what
I
they
mean, I
submit.
Well,
think
they pay us the background checks. That's
Well,
all they
they do
care
the
about.
background checks and the, you know, like your driving record, and you do have to like fill out an application and all, you know, they get all the information to check kind of who you are. And at some point they did have me upload a photo, but that didn't happen until I don't know, kind of recently.
huh?
Maybe for like a verification type thing as far as like the photo.
Yeah, I think it's so merchants know who's walking in, who to expect, because people will have other people walk in and grab the order. Like the dasher's name's supposed to be just like Stacy or something, and well, no, Stacy could be
Mm-hmm.
a dude. It'll be like, you know, some Julie. It's obviously a girl name, and like some dude walks in to pick it up, and they're always like,
Oh,
"Oh, she's
sadly,
in the car," but you know, merchants get
this
frustrated
day and
with
age,
that. So I
Julie
think
could be a dude too.
true. Yeah, it's true. That's very true.
Okay, so Melissa Jade, let me find her comment again. She says you follow 5 steps: background check, personal information, social security number, valid driver's license, vehicle information, and then the valid insurance.
Right? Yeah.
Melissa Jade, thank you so much for that information.
Yeah, I signed up. I think it was 2018 or
Oh, so you're already
19.
way up and rolling when the pandemic hit.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm bad. I just went right through. Thank God for alcohol, wipes, hand sanitizer, and you know whatever,
Right.
because I kept on going, and it was like great, kind of like the Wild West, because everybody was afraid to go out. So the ones who were made pretty decent money.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah, that had to be. Yeah, that had to be pretty good there for a while.
It was, and
And
there was no
no
traffic.
traffic.
Right.
Especially
Like it
during
was just,
COVID. Like during
yeah, there
COVID,
was just a few other dashers waiting, you know, for customers to trip over. It was great.
Okay, so Illusions says, how much money do you roughly make a day or check?
Oh,
And you don't
that's
have to
so
answer that
varies.
if it's too
that's
personal. You don't have to answer it.
I mean, like I'm in the Toledo market, which includes a whole lot of really not great areas. So I have to be super picky and limit myself to like a certain corner of the market. And a whole lot of people. It's kind of oversaturated. Like, earnings are super dependent on where you are. Because I know that like there are YouTubers who can make $100 in a few hours and just work a couple hours each day doing like a lunch rush or something, but they're in bigger markets. My best month ever, I cleared 2,000.
Wow.
Wow.
That is an unhappy kitty.
And it's not my cat this time.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
No, you're good.
No, it
She's
sounds like
in
my
heat.
cat begging for treats. Like
You're
2
good.
o'clock in the morning, I hear that.
She's like building up, singing the song of her people.
Give me some freaking treats. Like,
See, on
Yeah,
my
I'm
end, it
talking
sounds
about
like
you.
one of those. It sounds like one of those birds you hear in the jungle.
Right.
On my
Yeah.
end.
I told him that, like, excuse the chirping cat noises. She's.
No, she's
Thought I was
fine.
having flashbacks.
she's staring at me right now. Like, are you talking about me? Like, yeah, I'm talking about you.
Oh God. So I this is kind of personal. You don't have to answer it if you want to. What would you say percentage-wise, good tips to bad tips for dashing?
I mean, because you can be selective, like you can kind of weed out the bad tips unless you want to be a top dasher, then sorry. I don't know.
Right.
Like my acceptance rate, it's really good right now because I've been hanging out like in my area, which is kind of a suburb of Toledo, not even in Ohio. And like my acceptance rate right now is 20%. And that's
Oh,
good
wow.
for me. So like my usual acceptance rate runs between 0 and like 15, 18. I mean, really,
See, I think I'd be picky like that too.
you have to.
I would be picky like that.
You have to.
Especially
Otherwise,
at
you're going to
night.
end up, in scary areas. I don't know.
Well, we hear about it a lot here in Minneapolis about a lot of DoorDash and Uber Eats drivers getting ripped off. I hear about
Yeah.
it often here, almost daily.
When I first started dashing, I had a lady who Tony Pacos sent her the wrong order. Well, they gave me the wrong order to give to her. And she spoke with customer support on my phone and on her phone and told them, yeah, it was the wrong order. And then she reported it through the app as not delivered and tried to get me deactivated. And I'm like,
Oh,
no.
jeez.
You have proof. I was there. Tony Pacos had proof. I talked to them. Like, she probably got banned from the platform, though.
Wow. I have seen quite a few YouTube videos recently about people doing that.
Right.
Here's a question I've got. In my state, it's hard for them to bring you cigarettes, cigars, any of the tobacco products. But they'll bring you beer and wine.
I know.
And I can't figure
I
that
don't
out.
get that.
You got to show ID. So I don't understand what's so hard about bringing people their tobacco or their cigarettes,
Right.
cigars, whatever.
I fully agree. Like, I am allowed to go to Walgreens and pick up your prescriptions, but I'm not allowed to bring you a pack of cigarettes. What is that?
Straight up weird.
Right?
And I asked one about it on the side. He says, look, here's my phone number. You ever need that? Call me. I said, no, I was just doing it because I saw it on TV. And I said they would deliver alcoholic beverages, but they would or prescriptions, but they will not deliver tobacco.
Do they?
Yes, it's weird.
Do they deliver, like, Michigan recreational marijuana is legal, right?
Yeah, but the dispensaries have their own delivery people.
They have their own delivery service? Okay.
Yeah.
I know in California you can make a phone call and get whatever you want delivered.
If I was a dispensary, knowing the odds of how many merchants that just I personally have run into and said, oh yeah, somebody took off with that order and didn't deliver it, and I ended up picking up the order to actually deliver it, I would never trust DoorDash with weed. Never in a million years.
All right. So Heaven Stars wants to know what happens if you try to deliver with a different vehicle.
Oh, I've done that. And people are just like, oh, hey, wait, that's not what I thought was showing up. I'm like, yeah, sorry, I forgot to update it because I had to borrow
And
my dad's little minivan.
somebody, somebody gets DoorDash a couple times a week. They don't tell you what the vehicle is. So like a few times, um, they were like, your delivery's here, and I'm like, okay, but they can't find you. And I go outside, and I have no idea where I'm looking for.
Right. Yeah, that's the most
And,
frustrating thing too.
and
And
they're like
that's
2
on our
blocks
side
away.
too. Like we don't know who we're looking for, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Kelly wants to know, is it standard to write the recipient's name on the DoorDash bag, and who does that, the restaurant or the dasher?
That's always a restaurant thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kelly,
I think
thank
it's
you
so
for
they
that
can keep it
question.
straight and
Okay.
And
speed up the process.
when you pick up an order, you don't actually pay for it, right? It's prepaid through DoorDash.
Yeah, not anymore. And before
Oh,
it wasn't that we paid for it, but they have red cards. So like shopping orders, we use a red card, which is like a prepaid debit thing that's pre-authorized for a certain amount within the range of the order placed.
okay.
And it used to be like Wendy's and a couple of other places had red card orders too, and I wouldn't do them. It was just too annoying. I don't know.
So you actually pay for the items yourself and they get reimbursed?
No,
How does that work?
it's like a prepaid debit card that DoorDash pays for. You just have to have the card with you to swipe. So like
Okay.
the money doesn't come out of your pocket.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how the cash orders would work because I won't do those.
Yeah, I think that would just be advertising that you got a bunch of cash.
Right, like rob me. No, thank you.
Yeah,
Not doing it.
no.
That's part of why I signed up for DoorDash is because unlike pizza delivery, we don't carry cash. It's just no cash involved. And
Right.
that was part of the beauty of it.
Michelle, okay, honey. Lady V wants to know, can other people ride with you?
I don't technically know what the rules are on that, but I have definitely had passengers ride along.
Okay.
I used to like the concept of background check until I found out what really happens on background checks. I worked for one organization. They had a high level background check. So if you had a DUI or you wrote a bad check, you weren't getting the job. And I was working for another one that says, oh yeah, we do background checks. They got a big old sign. I knew a guy in there. He had like 6 felonies.
Wow.
But they weren't.
Oh, shit.
Well, see, background checks can go like 1 through 5. A 1 will be the most serious, and 5 could be okay. Anything light, you're not getting. Once again, you wrote a bad check, you're not getting the job. So we don't know the level of backgrounds that some
I
of
would
the
hope they're
jobs are
checking
out.
for fraud.
Well,
Sorry.
that'd be one, essay, stuff like that. But I was a football official, and we came under this Jessica Lunsford law here in Florida. She was a young girl who was unalived and sexually and SA. So they came out with this thing. They said they did a background check. Well, they put it at the highest level to keep the media out of here. Well, we didn't have enough football officials then, so then they had to start lowering it. And on the highest level, we had one of our football officials. He stole something like $15 when he was young, and the judge was going to waive it. And his dad says, "No, I'm going to spend a night, and so he'll know not to do it next time. He needs to be punished, and that's a better punishment."
Oops.
So now that follows him the rest of his life.
Wow.
Real minor misdemeanor. So he couldn't do public school games. He could do the private school games, but he couldn't do the public school games.
But they still see the word theft when they run, even though it's a low level theft, it still says theft.
Well, it comes back to the insurance, and they say pass or fail. They're just going to tell us he failed it or he passed it. They'll get to see what it was. But like I said, some groups, like I said, this other guy, he was taking a credit card machine to his work, and he replaced it with his credit card machine. They looked identical. So now every time someone made a purchase, the money was going in his account, not the
Oh my!
Not the college. He was working at a college bookstore. You know how expensive books are.
Oh
And he was
my!
raking in the cash. Yeah. So and now he's out. I don't know what he's doing now, but I would hope everybody have a reasonable background check on all these drivers that are coming to your door.
Now, in your market, Lisa, are you guys 24 hours?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
but the number of places that we can pick up from dramatically changed.
Oh, really?
Like we used to be able to do Myers orders all night long, but now after COVID, Myers closes at midnight like everything else.
Right.
So you're
Myers is a
left.
grocery store.
Yeah,
It's
sorry.
Myers. Myers is like the Walmart for soda, like that whole
Like
region.
Ohio, Indiana.
Okay.
Yeah, like we used to be, 24 hours you could do shopping orders and all that, but now night orders are like Denny's, IHOP, Taco Bell, McDonald's. Ladies,
Well,
excuse me.
I really appreciate you coming and answering questions.
Hey, yo. Sorry.
Awesome.
No, you're good.
Yeah, it just went after the dog. Sorry about
Because
that.
we were doing a whole lot of guessing before you came.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
Like
awesome.
DoorDash, I think they like it that way. They don't want people to really know what's going on. I don't know.
Big Al's got freaking connections, man.
Oh, God, give me a break. I just happened to remember her talking about DoorDash, and I was like, we're getting all these questions. Maybe she'll come and talk to us.
No,
I
it's
do
just been
appreciate
great.
it.
This has been a great panel, for real.
Right.
Like, this has been awesome.
Yeah, because like I said, I don't know anything about DoorDash, just what other people in chat has talked about it. Because I live in the sticks and we don't have DoorDash here. So
Right.
thank you so much for coming up and explaining all this.
Oh, yeah, glad to.
And answering all the the questions in the chat and all that.
An odd source of information for DoorDash questions, also much amusement, is the Reddit forums. They're kind of great, kind of horrible. It's like,
Reddit's crazy. Oh my
God. Reddit is the rabbit hole.
Yeah, it is
of
the
the internet.
ultimate rabbit hole. Yep.
I try to limit my Reddit time.
I think Reddit, since this case started, it's been like working overtime with the Bryan Kohberger stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of threads.
There's a lot of craziness on there.
Yep.
Over this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I followed a Reddit trail that Bryan Kohberger's a girl. And I'm like, you know what? I think it's time to exit because I'm pretty sure Kohberger's not a girl, but whatever.
No.
Froggy, I want to ask you a question. Have you ever delivered to college campuses?
Yeah, a couple times. Not a fan.
Oh.
Well,
tip.
I mean, TU, Toledo University, the campus is sprawling and there's a lot of buildings and areas and annoying driveways, and I did not have fun with that. That's like apartment complex times 10, and I'm good. I don't know. I don't do apartments.
A lot of shared living situations too, I would think, where you get to the door and they're like, I don't know if Joe ordered anything.
Yeah, there is a lot of that.
And drunk kids. I can imagine lots of that.
But I ran into more drunk adults. So,
yeah,
I at least give the kids credit there.
Pizza.
Yeah.
That's pretty strange deliveries in my pizza time.
Oh, the worst one was yesterday. This probably isn't the area, but like the special notes on the delivery popped up as home nudist. Please call if cover necessary. What?
Oh my.
The manager called and told them, yeah, you're going to have to cover up if you want food. It's not happening, buddy.
Oh my god.
Okay, let me ask you this. I don't know how much you know about this Idaho 4 case and this guy, Bryan Kohberger, that's been arrested, but one of the victims had a DoorDash delivery at 4 o'clock in the morning, on the morning, like literally 15 minutes before she was murdered.
Oh, wow.
Is it possible that someone else could have placed that order for her and her not know
Oh,
about
yeah.
it until it just showed up?
Oh, yeah. Because, yeah, now they do gift orders. And that was definitely a thing in November where you can
Okay.
order it and have it sent as a gift to somebody. Like stalkers have even used that to harass people and put
Oh,
dashers in weird situations. Like, I'm just bringing you a gift. Sorry. They're like, yeah, I know who sent that. Go away.
Okay, so whenever they do a gift order, uh, other than a credit card or prepaid debit card, is there other ways that they could pay for it? Like, does
I
DoorDash have like gift cards and stuff like that?
um I don't know about the gift cards. I would imagine they do. Everyone does, right? But like I know that DoorDash they do. You can do credit or debit, or you can do cash on delivery, which I think is just awful.
Okay.
they do COD,
Yeah, yeah.
You
I
gotta
won't. But
you gotta be
but you
kidding
can
me.
see that before you take the.
well, that's something you select in your. I think it's something that you
Your
select in the
preferences.
settings,
Okay.
right? And it's something that you start either at the beginning of the dash, and I think you have to switch, like end your dash and start over to switch back to earn by hour. I'm not sure.
I wouldn't
Or
want
back
anything. I wouldn't want
to
anything to
not
do with
being
cash.
cash. Right. Yeah, now they're also doing a thing where you can earn by hour, but they're only counting the time from when the dasher accepts the order to when the order is dropped off, not like your time getting to the merchant. Or well, I guess it covers the to the merchant, but it doesn't cover your time sitting around. Like you're not earning by hour, really.
You're just being paid for the time
Right.
allotted,
Yeah.
which you're getting screwed, and they're still getting 30%.
Right.
Yeah,
But they
it sounds pretty lopsided to me. So does Uber.
right.
Uber seems really lopsided to me as well.
And it gets kind of why I'm working at Pizza Hut is because the more problems with the app, the more you have to deal with customer support. And well, we all know how customer support is with everything nowadays.
Well, yeah,
A nightmare.
Yeah.
See, they were moving a lot of drugs here in my city through taxis and Uber.
Not surprising.
Yeah, they just call them up, tell them come pick them up. They have a suitcase with them, take them to some hotel or somewhere. He said, wait here for about 15, 20 minutes. Don't worry, I'll pay you for it. He goes there and makes the deal, comes back out, and the deal's done.
Oh, I would
Okay.
be. I wouldn't be able to drive that though. I
Name
can
10
deliver
books.
food, but I couldn't do Uber.
Name 10 books. I've done removed 2 of your comments, and another mod has removed 1 of your comments. One more time, and you're going to be timed out. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Rich, have a good night. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. People are just trying to be disrespectful in the chat.
Melissa Jade was saying you're notified of the entire time when the dasher gets to the restaurant, when they're en route, when they arrived, all on a map.
Yeah.
I've never been a customer, so I don't know. I used Grubhub a couple times, but that was back when it first really was turning into a thing.
Oh yeah, DoorDash, like they blow up your phone when
Oh
you
God, they
order.
do.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like sometimes customers they can see us on the map and they'll drive, like they'll text us, well, we're going down the expressway. Like, where are you? Why aren't you here yet? You went the wrong way. I have more than one order. Sorry.
Jeez. You're going the wrong way.
Right.
Now, DoorDash is the number one, or is it Grubhub? I would think DoorDash, right?
I think just because DoorDash lets more people on the platform, and I think Uber and Grubhub are more selective about the number of drivers they'll have in an area. by numbers alone, that kind of puts an advantage to DoorDash. You know,
See, I had to send food to my mom. She doesn't have internet. She don't know how to work a computer. She's 89. So during the pandemic, I would call Outback Steakhouse, but I had to use like DoorDash or Grubhub, and
Mhm.
they gave me a little mark. I've already paid for it through my credit card, so I hit the check mark. Just leave it at the front porch. And of course, they alerted me when it came, not her. And I would call mom and I said, "Mom, your package is on the way. Be on standby. They're going to drop it off at the front door." And she couldn't believe that. She thought I was the greatest son in the world then. Once she got,
I
Well, you
thought,
are
I
if you're
mean,
doing that.
I thought I'm your
yes,
only
as a
son.
Dasher, we loved those orders. Like, that's heartwarming and awesome. I love to get to drop off to people's parents and grandparents, and that's just nice.
And I sent one to a guy. He was very, very ill and couldn't get out. So I sent him a dinner one night, and you thought I painted his whole house for him. And he was so thankful, and he was trying to pay me back, and I wouldn't let him. I said, "No, it did my heart better than yours, your stomach, send that food to you."
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's always nice to do other things for other people.
Well, one of the best ways to forget about your problems is to help other people with theirs.
Absolutely.
And I believe
That's
yeah.
I
true.
believe in that thing. Karma's going to, do unto others as you would have done unto you, and I always go by that rule. So
I
sometimes
do
I help
too.
other people. It may be a month later or 2 months. Somebody always returns a favor unexpectedly.
Sometimes it
Mm,
seems like forever. But you can't go into a situation expecting something to happen. Otherwise, you're not
right.
doing it for the right reason.
And in the summer months, like when we're dealing with all these heat waves, check on the elderly, check on your nieces
Yes.
and nephews, check on the young ones. Like it makes no difference to check on everybody, you know?
I'd add to that and say the people who rescue the animals, check on them too.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, especially just even down here when everybody's power's out. Like I don't know what with it being out so long, like the older people who are on oxygen that have the oxygen concentrators, they would have to switch over to the tanks.
Yeah, and
And
those don't last very long.
exactly, and so I don't know what those like the older people like what are they doing, especially if they don't have a generator and they're just at home with no air whatsoever because just us as hot as it is down here and how bad we were burning up. I can't imagine. Hey, Winger, I can't imagine an older person that don't have family that can send them DoorDash or come and check on them or anything like that.
I
And
remember when
Winger, thank you.
I remember
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I got activated for Hurricane Andrew when it hit South Florida, and we went down there. I think very beginning of September, and even in December, there were still plenty of neighborhoods that didn't have electricity yet. And it was like February before they even got cable TV back
Yeah.
online.
Were you in
Wow.
the service, Riddler?
Yeah, 20 years.
Appreciate your
I
service,
was,
man.
oh, thank you. I enjoyed it.
For
I do
sure.
it again under the old rules. I don't know if I can make it in this military today, but yeah, I loved it, and I thought it was an honor. And they said, "Why'd you join the military?" I said, "To serve, protect my country and the Constitution of the United States." And I always was a
Well, it
patriot.
used to mean
Oh yeah.
something else.
But I
Like
mean,
people
now
used to look at it as it was an honorable thing. And like my uncles all served, and like I just props to you guys because I couldn't handle that. Like that was
it's different. There's a lot of things.
unreal sacrifice.
There's things people don't see. Like you had to get 4 shots in one day, and the next day you're on a plane heading to a foreign country. And on every one of these shots, you get a flu-like symptom, especially if you take typhoid. And that's the worst shot we had until the anthrax shot came out. but that was the worst one. And then you could be activated one day in the Panama Canal, and then the next week you're in the mountains somewhere where there's snow, so your body goes through a shock. But it's just those kind of things like that, being away from home. But the military today is so strict. As soon as they get you in, they look for an excuse to get rid of you.
Glowbug, I want to see a picture. When you get time, email me a picture of it.
I mean, I still stay in touch with some of the guys at the base, and even guys I never even worked with. I just see them in their uniform and I talk to them. They tell me how much different it is today. Certain things you can't say anymore, and it was getting that way when I was in. They were getting on to us for using the word cockpit. You'll now call it a flight station.
Oh, that's silly.
Yeah, and a lot of times when you're talking with nuts and bolts, or you're talking electricity, you have to use male or female end. That's the way you say it. I need the male end of this, or I need the female end of that. They don't want you saying that anymore. They want you to call it some other receptacle name. So it's tough on guys and gals who have always used those terms, or were taught that. We were even taught that when we went through our technical training. Now they're telling you can't use these words. It's that woke thing going on. Look at the Navy. You know what the Navy calls a bathroom, right?
Yeah.
All right. Can't say that anymore on the Air Force base. I was Air Force.
So do they call it a latrine now? What?
Well, the Air Force
What
calls it latrine. We had two pilots, Air Force. They were on a Navy base, and they said, "We're going to the head," because that's what the Navy base calls it.
Right,
When the Air
yeah.
Force found out they used the word head, they tried to fire them. I don't know what turned out of it.
That's insane.
That's crazy.
Exactly. That's how bad it's got. So you go to work now, and they say you just keep all your opinions to yourself. You just do your salute, "Good morning, ma'am," or "Good morning, sir." And they're trying to get rid of that. They want you now to say, "Good morning, Captain," "Good morning," or "Good afternoon, Colonel." And when you talk to whichever branch you're in, drill sergeant, drill instructor, training instructor, they're trying to get rid of the yes, sir, and no, ma'am. Once again, yes, drill sergeant, no, drill sergeant. Good morning, drill sergeant. Whereas we always say, "Sir, aye, aye, sir," something like that, or "Yes, sir." They want to get rid of that right now. And I don't think it's going to go through, but they're trying to push that.
That's like 5 steps too far.
Yeah, well, they're renaming military bases that have had the same name since the beginning of the country.
Right.
For no really good reasons. I mean, it's everything. You're right. Everything's changing rapidly.
Yeah, some of the bases have battle cries like Syracuse Air National Guard had "the boys from Syracuse." Well, they got to take that off.
I'm trying to catch up.
Melissa Jane said, "Interesting. I guess we have to go back to the beginning and go over everything." It feels like that every time we talk.
Yeah, because we were talking about the stools that were in the kitchen, and Shay was talking about the lock and like why the stools were there, like that was bothering her. Who put it there? Was it like one of the kids? Was it law enforcement? I had heard that the law enforcement had took the locking mechanism from the door, and that's the reason why they put the stools there. There's also a picture of an officer standing in the door, and this is, I believe, the day that they were doing the investigation on, like, November the 13th. The officer is standing at the back slider with it halfway open, and he has no booties on his feet. Basically, walked probably all through the house from the front to the kitchen, all over the crime scene with nothing on his feet. And I was wondering whenever I seen that picture, and by the way, the stools were behind him up at the table. So I was wondering, when that picture was taken, was that door, like, whenever they got there, did they find that door halfway open like that? Like, whoever did this went out the back door and just left it open.
And the front door was left open, according to some witnesses that drove by, correct?
Yes, somebody that I don't know if they drove by or if they walked by. I mean, we've heard so many different stories about this that honestly, I mean, if it don't come straight from law enforcement, and even then, you kind of have to question it. Hey, social butterfly, how are you? Um, I really don't believe it because all these sources that are coming out saying this or saying that, or neighbors saying that they seen girls falling out in the front yard, and I mean, do we know that to be true based off of what we've heard from law enforcement and the PCA and all that?
Scarlett, I'm still with you. Like, I think this is like, I don't know, like 6 months or a year ago that we're
Uh,
saying this. There's somebody driving that getaway car, like, because
it just the car that they're talking about in the PCA and doing all the turnaround. Until they prove that it was Bryan Kohberger driving that car, I'm still going to think that somebody else was driving it.
yeah, I agree.
Just based off of them saying that he's been in the area 12 other times. Hey Norman, how are you? See, when is his pretrial hearing? He will. Okay, so they have some motion hearings that they're doing the 29th, and then his actual trial is set to start October the 2nd.
Can can I ask you guys a question? So if this trial starts in October,
Uh-huh.
it do you think that it's gonna be a live stream, or like it's not federal, right?
No, it's state. Um, that is actually what they're going to be going over on the 29th is the gag order, cameras in the courtroom. I hope they do put cameras in the courtroom just because let the public see it. We've watched the whole thing. We see everything other than the jury and the sensitive witnesses, any sensitive evidence, pictures, videos, whatever. We don't need to see that either. Uh, but let us watch it. Let us hear everything that's being said. Let us hear and see what evidence that they will allow us to see, but let us hear everything. And then that way we know if it's a fair trial or not. There can't be, uh, well, so and so said this, because if they don't put a camera in the courtroom and we can't hear anything, we have to go off of what the media says went on that day in court. And we already
Have
know
they
how the
said
media.
anything about it? Like, have they said anything about whether they're gonna let or like the judge is gonna let cameras in the courtroom?
The judge heard the side of the state and of the defense. Bryan's side doesn't want cameras at all in there. The state really doesn't want the cameras in there, but they said that it's left up to the judge's discretion if he allows cameras. But if he does allow cameras, he hopes that there are rules to it. Um, so kind of sounds like the state don't want them, but if the judge allows it, they're okay with it. There's nothing that they can do about it. So they're supposed to discuss that the 29th. He did say, oh, and we lost her. Hold on, let me put the link back out for in case she wants to come back up. Um, when it was discussed the 9th, he said that he wasn't given any decision at that time. Hey, S1, how are you? Um, and he still hasn't given a decision on anything that they even went over on the 9th.
I just talked to Lisa. She's got dogs and cats freaking out in the background. She said she's going to jump in the chat and hang out. She says, wow, I really wish I knew what was going on with this case now. And I said, yeah, sorry about that. Because this one's going to fuck you up.
Yeah, it's going to get addicting.
Yeah, it happens quick on this one. I
Right.
mean, it's just so much.
Yeah.
Well, one of the benefits of having this case on television is look how many law students will be watching it or want to watch it, and it would help them out with their education. And I think it should be because it's public.
Yeah,
It's
I
almost
agree.
like
I think it should be public, but I don't think
it's
they're
almost like
gonna.
a Jeffrey Dahmer type of case. Like he didn't do the Jeffrey Dahmer stuff, but like the media attention is going to be the same, right? Because it's
Oh,
it's
yeah.
going to be another serial killer
Yeah.
that's going to be in the history books 50 years from now, right?
Well, look at Bundy. They put that case on television.
Yeah. There will
I
be
just
a
wanna-
Netflix documentary on this 10,
Mhm.
20
for
years
sure.
from now. Yeah, exactly.
I don't think it's going to take that long. Lisa, if you're listening in the chat, thank you again. I really appreciate you coming up and answering
Yes,
questions.
thank you for that. That was very nice of her to do.
She's a
Yeah,
sweetheart.
thank
I've known
you,
her for a
Lisa.
long time. Long time. We got over 20 years.
Okay, so Betty Jo is saying it's the 27th, not the 29th for the cameras. Trying to find the thing that they put out for it.
Hey guys, I'm gonna drop off, but it was awesome chatting with you guys, and I appreciate it. Like,
Good to hear from you, Philly.
Yeah, good to talk to you, brother.
yeah,
Yeah,
thanks,
thank you for
Riddler,
coming
Big
up.
Al, Scarlet. Appreciate it. Have a good
No
night,
problem.
guys.
All right, you too. Thank you.
All right, talk to you soon.
All right. Netflix will be 10 to 20 days from now.
I was just going to say, I don't think it's going to take that long.
They're gonna have a book written about it, probably about a couple weeks after the jury has deliberated.
Yeah, what's his James? Is it James Patterson? Is that his name?
Patterson.
It's him, and I forgot what the lady's name is. That's supposed to be helping him with it, but they're supposed to be doing a book on Bryan.
Weren't they originally saying it was going to be out before the trial even started?
When he came up on News Nation that night and did his interview, the guy that was doing the interview for News Nation said that the book would be released before the trial, by the time that the trial started. And then when Mr. Patterson got up there, and before he said anything else, he said, "No, the book won't be out before the trial." I forgot what he said, when it would be out or whatever. But I mean, if he was to release a book on this before the trial, like how do you end that book if you don't know what the outcome, like what the jury is going to come back with? So it would make perfect sense for it to come out after the trial is over with.
And didn't he say he had new information?
Yes.
Not evidence, information, but not evidence.
Yes. Yeah, and I forgot what all he said.
That's probably worth 1 million sales.
Right. And Dennis, no, you're right. Bryan can't make any money off of this. Okay, and Betty Jo, you are right. It is the 27th. So where was I getting the 29th from? Well, I've got my days all mixed up. Yes, there's. Wait, is this the same one? Hold on, y'all. I've got to find them all. Yeah, I don't know where I was getting the 29th from. So, Betty Jo, thank you for correcting me on that. I'm still blaming it on the heat.
I can only imagine what you're going through. 90 degrees weather, 90% humidity, 90% rain.
Yeah, and it's thundering and lightning outside now. I don't know if y'all can hear the thunder, but
Oh, you didn't hear Riddler. She was only at 50% humidity,
yeah, while the power was out, it was only 50% humidity.
which was a blessing.
And
I'm sure it was still miserable, but that's a blessing.
Yeah.
Because had it been 90% with no fan, you'd have been way miserable.
Right now, our humidity, it says it's 82 here, and our humidity is at 85%. And the heat index is 94. Scarlett, did you hear about the aliens that were in someone's backyard? Yes, Norman. We actually talked about that last week.
Yeah, we strapped up the tinfoil hats and went at that one for a little while.
Eat Liz, how are you? And if anybody else has come into chat and I have not said hi to, I do apologize, but thank you so much for joining us tonight. Max Smith, how are you? I'm pretty sure I've missed a few people.
Well, that's okay because there's 250 people in here and 117 thumbs up.
Yeah. Let's get the likes
Come
up.
on, click them likes. It's cheap. It's free, actually.
Tonka, I've heard that family has now went silent because they were getting threats. And there's like a picture floating around on Twitter where uh, the police have put up a camera at their house. Now, I don't know if that camera has been photoshopped into the picture or not, but let's see. Mikey, thank you so much for the super chat. Want breaking info, laugh out loud. I found second cam took hours. Mikey, where's the second cam at? You got me listening. The family fled their home. Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure their property turned into what would be the right word? I don't want to say freak show. I don't want to say that.
I like Freak Show. Freak Show's good.
Well, you know how like when something happens and people they want to drive by and see where it happened.
The Gawkers.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if they did flee their home, that's probably the reason. Um, Melissa J said that they didn't flee their home. The son spoke out. Okay. Dennis wants to know: are they going to tear the house down? They are supposed to tear the house down this summer. They haven't, as far as I've seen, they haven't set a date though. That they are supposed to do it this summer.
I still say it's a big mistake. I would keep that house up until the trial ended, and that whoever did this was in prison. Then you can go tear the house
I think
down.
that's the general consensus across the board for. I mean, I haven't seen anybody really make an argument against it.
Just imagine, once again, they tear the house down, and then you got a mistrial later.
Yeah.
You just took one of your evidences off the board.
Yeah, and like Melissa J said, they shouldn't tear the damn house down before the jury gets the opportunity to see it, and that's my thing. I don't think they should do it.
Video is not as impactful, and it never will be.
And if I was a juror, I would want to go there and be there at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning to see what Dylan saw, what it was like to look from her room. How close can you see somebody up close, or what types of lights were on at that time? Have all that evidence. What kind of sounds do you hear? Do the floors squeak?
Yeah.
I want to know, are those doors locked?
I'm afraid that that's what's going to happen is they're going to end up tearing the house down in the end before the trial starts, and then it's going to come up that they should have left it standing, so they could let the jury go through it, and it's too late then. Mikey, I'll drop my email. You can send it to me, but I will have to I'll have to watch it before I show it on here. And there's my email. So absolutely 100 want to be there. I'm a visual learner. I want to be there to see the layout, understand the experience, apply what they told me happened, and actually trying to envision it. I agree. Because that 3D scan is not going to do anything for the jury. It's really not. I mean, what it's going to give them measurements of rooms.
You can't smell a 3D scan. You can't
hear it.
You can't. It'll never be as impactful. Ever.
No, it won't. I think that it needs to be left up for sure.
But I think more than one panelist made the point, the university and people in the chat. The university wants this to go away.
Oh, for sure. But it's not going to go away. I mean, it's not. It's not until there is a verdict that comes down. And even then, let's just say he's found guilty. And then you've got the whole pre-sentencing. What do they call it? Before they do the sentencing, the pre-sentencing evaluation, I believe is what they're called. Then you've got the sentencing. If there's any type of appeals that he does, people are going to be following this case until the very end. It's never going to go away. Everybody's going to know what happened at the University of Idaho. And it's just I see their side of it. They want to tear it down because it's an eyesore. They don't want, the students don't want to have to keep looking at what and knowing what happened there. But at the same time, if you truly want justice for the 4 victims, you leave the house up, and the students in the neighborhood would understand that. We're leaving this house up until the trial is over with, just in case they need the house. And then once the trial is over with, then we'll tear it down.
I'd like to know what the university's plans are for the properties.
Yeah, that they haven't released. The only thing they said was they were going to tear it down. They are supposed to get together with that tulip farm that Ethan worked at, and they're going to do a memorial thing on the campus for the 4 victims. But they never had said what they're going to do as far as, are they going to rebuild on that property? Like, what are they going to do with it?
Yeah, I mean, I would think in a town like that, you can't go wrong with rebuilding. But I mean, the location's forever scarred. Let's face it. I mean,
Yeah.
But that was like the party house, wasn't it, in town for students?
That's what's been said. That it
sounds
was
like
a
it.
huge party house.
Wonder where they're going now.
But I mean,
It's
if
a college campus, man. There's probably
Yeah.
hundreds of party houses.
I mean, if you have a college and you have, let's just, all the frat houses, all the off college houses, let's just say if there's 100 of them total, how many of those houses and frat houses do you think have parties? Probably over 90% of them. So there's,
I'll say every one of them.
yeah, there's parties probably going on at all of them. I don't know.
Melissa Jade said 99%. I agree.
Oh, those kids are ready to bust a move, yeah.
But people are saying it's the party house. Is that true? Or is that just...
Well, I mean, when you say party house,
it?
Is it because it's full of kids all the time? Are they really ripping it up and partying? I mean, if they're not all 21, I would think it sounds like the cops are pretty harsh in this town. They're going to be ending up with contributing to minors tickets and all kinds of crazy shit if they're drinking there and partying like that all the time.
True.
When you say party house, is it just because there's 50 kids there all the time?
Well, I mean, yeah, because I wonder what their definition of the party house is. I mean, does these kids that are saying it's the party house, do they go to other parties?
My definition of party house is the furniture is made out of kegs and empty cases of beer. I mean, that's a party house. When things are made out of liquor bottles and empty kegs of beer, that's a party house.
Right. Yes, Eric, I watched them. Well, I watched the 3 that was put out with Kaylee, Maddie on the phone, and then the law enforcement talking to Xana. Hey, Sunflower Dragon, how are you? So I don't know. I'm pretty sure they had parties. Doesn't mean they had bigger parties or more parties or than other people on campus. No, I mean, we don't know that for a fact, but
I think the whole party house thing goes right along the lines of the drug dealer thing. It just people making statements that the people that need to defend them can't because they're no longer with us.
True.
Well, we know from the videos.
Talk about.
We know from the videos, it was real loud there. Supposedly the owners weren't home. A whole bunch of kids were in there having a good time, but they were cooperative. They came out to the front door. I heard them say yes sir and no sir, all the right things.
See, I have the
Yeah.
problem with the whole "the owners aren't here" thing, because I mean, the owner, or at least around when I was a kid, the owner never went to the door. If you don't go to the door, you can't get a ticket. Hopefully, they can make you break it up, but we don't know that they
Right.
weren't there. I mean, kids
Yeah,
tell lies around parties and driving infractions and all kinds of things. They're kids, it doesn't make it right, but that's kind of what they do.
and I don't believe that Dylan's boyfriend had never been to Moscow. Somebody had put that in the chat about him. I just don't believe he's never been there.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing that.
I mean, now he goes to college, I believe, down in Boise. How far did I say Boise was from Moscow the other night? 5 hours, or was that Spokane?
I want to say that was Spokane, but I'll map it right now.
Okay, Riddler, did Big Al sound like he was breaking up to you?
Just barely.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I might have internet issues.
Okay,
Heard
yeah,
you real well then, but the first part of it kind of crackled.
Okay, y'all are both breaking up, so that means I may be fixing to get kicked. If I do, I'll be right back in. Okay, so Boise's 5 hours. Okay, so you have a girlfriend who lives 5 hours away in another college town, and you never go to see her. I just don't know if I believe that or not.
I used to drive from Minneapolis to Grand Forks, North Dakota to see my girlfriend on the weekends. That was like 8.5, 9 hours, so I don't buy that. You're only talking about 325 miles. That's not that far.
Okay, y'all. I'm still here, but y'all are both breaking up for me. But if everybody else can hear what y'all are saying, then that's fine.
Well, I guess we have to put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me and Riddler.
What, is somebody in chat disrespecting the victims?
I haven't been paying attention, but I hope not.
Big Al, I can't hear nothing you're saying.
Can you hear me, Riddler?
I hear you real fine.
Okay.
Okay, as long as everybody in chat can hear what y'all are saying and y'all can hear each other, then it's on my end. Hopefully it don't kick me, but that's usually what happens right before it does. Let's see. Jeff says, as long as I've ever drove with 6 hours. Jeff, to see your girlfriend? And Super Greek, that is true. I mean, even if, because we don't know for 100% fact that's what was going on in that house, but even if it was, you're right. It doesn't justify them being murdered. Nothing does.
Tinel Ray says, why didn't the police interrogate him and already know his alibi? I believe he asked for a lawyer almost immediately, didn't he?
Yeah, he can ask for his Miranda rights and plead the fifth.
Yeah, I thought he asked for a lawyer like almost right away. That was my understanding.
Yeah, once they do that, they back away.
Well, they're supposed to.
Well, if they get caught, they can get in serious trouble themselves if they're still asking him questions. Then again, but a lot of people say, oh, he should have told the police. Well, that's not going to save him. You're still going to be arrested. There's a warrant. I don't care what you tell the police. And then you still have to go before a judge. That's the one you got to tell. So you might as well just stay quiet till you go to see the judge.
Oh, there she goes. Poof.
Did we lose her?
Yeah, I'm sure with all that rain and stuff, I'm sure that
She's back with us.
Yeah, I'm back now.
There she is.
Okay, do I sound okay? I'm not breaking up or anything like that, right?
You sound great.
Okay, good deal. Now I got to get back into my YouTube chat. I don't see how people do lives without the YouTube chat pulled up. What the hell? Where's my YouTube chat?
I know I've got two screens here, one with the backstage and the other one with the chat.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, I gotta have the YouTube chat. I can't.
Can you hear me better now that you're back?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
cool.
both of y'all are clear now.
Hooray.
Okay, back on live chat. I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll. So 59% of people said no, 26% said maybe, 13% said yes. Okay, and that's out of 208 votes. So thank you everyone who participated in the poll.
Now, if we could just get those same amount of people to click the thumbs up button, they've proved to
Yeah.
us that they know how to click things. Please use that ability to click the thumbs up button.
Thank you, Mikey. Yeah, if y'all have not done so, please hit the thumbs up. And I don't know what just happened, but somehow my monitors have gotten crossed with each other. Okay, here we go.
It's nice to know I'm not the only one having computer issues today.
You know, something I would like to know, and I wish that lady was still back up here again.
I've got her in DMs. What do you want to know?
Okay, when she goes to pick up an order, what's to stop me from beating her there saying, hey, I'm with DoorDash. I'm supposed to pick up an order for Mr. Anderson's house. Whatever restaurant I go to pick.
Oh, you mean the restaurant?
Yeah, say I go to the Jack in the Box. I get there early, and I said, "Here, I'm supposed to pick up an order for a lady named Xana," and they go, "Right there's the order. Thank you." Or do I have to show them ID?
That's a good question.
That I'm the DoorDash guy. I'm just thinking, is there a possible way? A lot of things go through my mind. Is there a possible way?
That's a great question.
Could he have intercepted that before the actual DoorDash driver got there to the Jack in the Box?
But wouldn't he have to know? He'd have to know where they ordered from.
That's my point. Can he see all that? Can he hack? What I'm trying to say, can he hack into the system some way?
Doubtful.
And how would he know she's going to order that night? That's the other, or that morning.
Now, hacking into her phone, that's a whole different story. Because there's software simple as any desk that if you get it on someone's phone and select it to run all the time without them knowing it, and it's running in the background all the time, and you have complete visual of everything that's happening on their phone all the time, which is a pretty heavily used thing these days for financial hackers.
Okay, she's in the chat.
Oh,
Froggy is. So it's different.
Froggy.
It's different depending on the merchant. A lot of places with iffy pickup procedures, for example, tables, shelves with bags that have names, do have people walk in and act like they're a dasher and take orders. Wow.
Yeah, I would think all it would take is a big set of balls to do that.
Well, didn't some guys act like they were Uber drivers and they picked up a lady and they
that
weren't
just
the Uber
happened
driver.
in Texas, didn't it?
Wait, what happened?
All right, a guy pretends he's an Uber driver,
and
he picks up this young lady. She gets in the car, and guess what? He's not the Uber driver, and he essays her, and then he unalives her.
See, that's why I wouldn't use Uber. I wouldn't do DoorDash. Anybody who can handle my food away from me and then bring it to me, I no. The Uber thing is like super dangerous too.
Yeah, man who posed as Uber driver got 41 years in prison for kidnapping and rape.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go.
I think that's the one you're talking about, actually.
It might be. I just saw it briefly on the news.
Oh
the
no,
other
this was
day.
in this is a different one. This was in Cleveland. Because I think the one you're talking about, he circles the block a couple times and pulls into a parking spot like he's an Uber driver, and she just assumes that he is.
But don't on the Uber app, doesn't it tell the person that's being picked up what
What
their
kind of
car?
car it is? Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I thought so.
But somebody hammered drunk, out in front of a bar, they pull up right to him. You get in the car and the child locks are on. You're stuck. Because you can see in the video
Yeah.
where she's like fighting with him from the back seat because she realizes it's not the Uber driver right away.
Mm-hmm.
Or it appears that way, I should say, because we don't know. But you can see the phone like moving around, and he had super black tinted windows, and poof, he was gone.
Yeah, and see that's the thing though. You can get into someone's the back seat of their car, and if you don't check that child lock and they have it on, you're not getting out of it.
No, not unless you get into the front seat and go out the front door.
That's why I wouldn't ride in a taxi. That's why I wouldn't do Uber. So any females in here, males too, if y'all use Uber, if y'all get into a taxi, always make sure to check the child lock before you shut the door. Because if it's on, you're not getting out. So Froggy said also a dasher can accept an order, screenshot the info, then unassign the order, and then go in and show the merchant the screen and get the order, like pick it up. Wow. You could get out of the car. Yeah, that is just super super dangerous. The child locks. Like I know that they have them for good reason, but it's just super dangerous.
And it's
get
not-
into a vehicle.
And it's not safe to be an Uber driver because I saw it on YouTube. They pull up and a person tries to get in their car.
That's dangerous.
And
Yeah, Uber driving is dangerous.
right,
Yeah.
a person that didn't call for the Uber driver. And then this guy, he was fortunate, he says, I need to see ID. And they start cussing him out and all that.
Yeah, that is just.
Well, she expanded on that last comment. Some merchants want to see the screen. Some ask you to hit the button on the app that you confirmed the pickup, but they can still back out unless they confirm twice.
Okay, wait. Then she put another one. Let me find the other one. See, I've heard all kinds of wild stories from the merchants about the things the scammy dashers do. That's what I'm saying. You don't know what these people do with you. I mean, there's some like, how do you know these people ain't messing with your food?
Well, that's my biggest fear.
I mean,
especially if you've got a low rating, and the driver's delivered to you before and you didn't tip. I mean, they're probably throwing a little special sauce on your burger.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't. Which, like I said, where I live at, we can't use it here anyway. But
no, we wouldn't have it here either.
It's a food. Roger, I think somebody said, "Hey, Crystal, how are you?" Roger, I think somebody did say that they steal the food, but I mean, there's ways around that.
Yeah, they just
you know what I'm saying?
I think they just staple the bag shut.
Okay, well, you get a staple puller, you take the staple out, and then you have a staple gun with no.
She says, "I don't even want to think of the possibilities with some of the dashers in this market." It gives me the shivers. It really does.
Oh, they caught people at the restaurant spitting in food that are making your food, especially on police officers that were going there. This was back when police officers were really hated. And they would go through the drive-thru, and it's on camera where they were back there spitting on the burgers and then putting the bun back on top.
If I caught one of my cooks doing that, this is no exaggeration, I would pull in the dish room and beat the shit out of them.
Yeah.
I would.
And if I was on that jury, I'd free you.
I would beat the shit out of them, and I would toss them right out the door. That is just something. It's unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable.
I mean, that's why I don't eat at restaurants. Now, I have like the past month and a half or so, and that was only because I'd been in town all day with nothing to eat, and my aunt had to go to the doctor. She had like multiple doctor's appointments, and so she wanted to go eat. And we went. But I don't know. Not too much on fast food or restaurants. I
You
don't know
can
what.
literally see into my kitchen, the whole kitchen, through the window in the bar,
Uh,
and I'm on those guys. I probably annoy the shit out of them as bad as I am. I mean, I'm just, if you're standing there and something's dirty, you better wipe that shit off.
right.
Because the last thing I want to see in the kitchen when I walk by is filth or
Well,
any kind of dirt. I won't eat there.
The thing is like a DoorDash person, you don't know if they're like just sticking their dirty, like you don't know if they've washed their hands and they're sticking their dirty hands all over your food. And no.
They eating your fries or.
That's what I'm saying. You may have ordered a hamburger and some fries, and you're starving and you're waiting on them fries, and then you get it and all your fries are gone except for one. No, I don't want nobody else touching my food. Don't dive. How are you?
Hi, how y'all doing?
Doing good.
Good. I was here laughing at Big Al.
It's easy to do sometimes.
See what Sally Mae said? They picked their nose. Yeah.
He is so funny. I swear to God, he's so funny. Have you got it? You hadn't got a chance, I'm sure, to watch Sleuthy Goosey's
No,
preview. Oh my
No,
gosh!
I got it
she
saved.
did it. Yeah, she told me she was going to do it, but it started right before I went live, so I'm going to watch it tonight after I'm done.
Yeah, I slipped over there and I watched it, and wow, that's a pretty good theory. I wonder, because she said just a little bit of it. I can't remember everything word by word. Y'all gonna have to watch it, but it's a possibility. She said that if Kohberger would have been the DoorDash driver, that, say for instance, and it was done at what, the DoorDash 4:00?
Yeah, that's when it
think.
was delivered.
Okay. That what if Bethany, since she's on the first floor and the DoorDash driver went to the front door, what if she would have received the order and it was Bryan, and maybe after that took place is when the other stuff took place? And then also, wasn't his car pinged, like driving around, going all over like 4 times?
Yeah, it was seen on camera. Well,
Okay.
that's what it says in the PCA, that it was seen on camera 4 different times around the house.
Well, maybe he was trying to find the house because he got confused, King Road, Queen Road, and then also too, maybe that's the exculpatory evidence that Bethany has that would exonerate him, is that he was the DoorDash driver and that she saw him. She's the one that opened the door and received it.
But okay, let's say that's what happened. He was the DoorDash driver. Bethany's the one that accepted the order. But can he go in and use that as an alibi, because that would still put him at the murder scene?
It would be his alibi. It don't matter but it don't, just because he's at the murder scene and is the DoorDash driver, that don't mean he's the murderer. And you see, that's his alibi. Bethany's testimony would be his alibi, but the prosecution, they're not handing over, because when Sleuthy Goosey the other day received some more documents, there was a second motion filed by the defense attorney stating that they do not have these specific documents, which she listed them, because Sleuthy Goosey was reading them out. And they're not receiving a lot of body cam footage. They're not receiving, oh my gosh, it's a bunch of stuff.
It's in the last, what is the name of it? Hold on, let me go to it. The defendant's second motion to compel discovery, and it has a list of all the stuff that Ann Taylor is saying they still haven't received. That
they still have not received. They've received a whole bunch of stuff, okay, but they still haven't received the specific things that Kohberger is asking for. Right. So Ann Taylor's got to file another motion. Why isn't the prosecution releasing all that? Because they do have that stuff.
That's
They
what I
do
don't
have.
understand. I mean, if he's entitled to it and they have it and there's already been a request for discovery, why not just give it to them?
Well, that's what I'm saying. What is the
I don't.
holdup? Why are they not giving them what? This is a second motion. Is she going to have to do another one and another one? No. You know what's going to happen? She is going to rely on the judge, and the judge, I call him JJ. JJ is going to end up telling the prosecution that they need to hand over what she's asking because her defendant is wanting to try and defend himself.
I mean,
And they
Right.
have to do it. They can't
Right.
just keep that from them. And then another thing, you saw on Sleuthy Goosey what she released about the blood evidence. All of it was negative except for the pillowcase and the sheet.
yeah, two or three
That
different things that
That
tested
was
positive.
Bryan's blood. It was positive for his blood.
So wait, it's
And
been released that it tested positive for his blood?
That's what she because I was watching Van Life and she posted it of what Sleuthy Goosey had. So I was watching it on hers, and it showed a lot of results that they have gotten, and they evidently, I'm surprised they released them to me. That would be they wouldn't be able to release that, but they did, and it's a bunch of them's negative, except the only thing that was the blood on the pillow and the sheet, and that was Bryan's. It wasn't for any of the victims.
Scarlett, you got to jump up to Tonka's comment about somebody trying to dog Sleuthy.
Hold on one second. Let me find
Tonka,
something.
do you mean that they were saying that Scarlett was already talking about the new documents? I didn't want to interrupt. I know it's a ways back.
Wait a minute. Are you talking to me?
No, I was talking to
Oh,
Scarlett.
okay.
Actually, I was talking to Tonka because
my question is, wouldn't law enforcement go to Jack in the Box and said, "Who picked up this order?"
You would
And they
think
would
so.
describe them: male, female, tall, short, blonde hair.
Well, what if they didn't know? What if Jack in the Box? Well, don't they have a did they have a warrant out for whatever information DoorDash had, and they still never received it?
I don't think DoorDash was mentioned.
It wasn't mentioned. Why? I wonder then if it wasn't mentioned.
I don't think it was. I'm not 100%.
Oh, it may not be. It may. I don't know. I can't remember.
What?
But I mean, it's
the first time that DoorDash was mentioned, I believe, was in the PCA. I don't remember it before that.
What did it say, Scarlett? You remember?
Yeah, I can pull it up real quick. I believe it was just that Xana at 4 o'clock received a DoorDash delivery.
But they said, but how do they know she received it? How do they know she received it in her hands? They don't know that. You see, they're just putting that in the PCA and affidavit, whatever. But, the ones that did the PCA and the affidavit.
Son of a bitch. Okay, can y'all still hear me?
Yes. Yep. Well, it goes back to my original question. Did law enforcement interview the Jack in the Box employee? Said, who picked this order up?
Yeah.
Okay, Tonka, thank you for letting me know. I will send her a message here in a minute and ask her who it was that was saying it, because that was news to me. Why. I don't know why somebody would say, like, try to dog her and say that I was talking about the new documents, because these new documents that dropped, I haven't even got to talk about them. Because I think that was
what Tonka said, is that they were saying that supposedly your power's out, but you're still going over these documents.
Yeah, I mean, because I didn't go live Thursday, Friday, or Saturday night.
Well,
so
you're gonna start seeing more of this. I'm telling you, it's you're gonna see more of it.
Yeah, that's just people trying to start stuff between me and Sleuthy, and that's uncalled for.
Well, Sleuthy's pretty smart. I'm here to tell you, she ain't gonna.
Oh yeah, she is. She knows her stuff.
Tonka said she put them in their place, and I don't doubt that for a minute.
because
She
Oh,
don't
yeah,
put up
she
with any
would.
bullshit.
I still say
That's right.
I still say I have a better alibi for him, unless his DNA's in the house. Then I can't. I got to back out. Then
Yep. If his DNA is not in that, and you know what? Another thing that now I'm remembering, Sleuthy also put in that video that she showed. Let's see, she showed, like, say for instance, Dylan putting yeah, Dylan, not Dylan, Bethany putting the on the edge of the stairs where it kind of comes up kind of high, like the railing, maybe the bag, and maybe it was there. And when Payne got there, he might have picked it up and contaminated the evidence, and went and put it in the kitchen. Well, and if it was Brian's fingerprints or touch DNA or whatever on the bag, maybe it was transferred, if with these sheath.
That's
I mean,
why
they can be transfer. You can transfer, and it don't necessarily have to be transferred from a murder. Things like that can happen.
but how does that sheaf wind up in the third floor in a bed?
that's going to be interesting to hear.
Well, put it this
the
way:
theory on that.
when Payne put in the PCA, or it was Smith, I can't remember Smith's name. I guess I'm gonna have to dig on the web for it. But
Hold on.
how did they know that it was on Maddie's side? Okay, when he put in there when he went up there later, viewed the body cam. Okay, of that, I think it was Smith or Nunez, one of them, that it appeared to be on Maddie's side. Well, how did that officer know that Maddie was on the right side? She could have been on the left. See, that
Okay.
was suspicious.
Big Al, what is it that I pushed on? Isn't it control and search to search something on a PDF?
I mean, it makes me wonder, did
Big Al still
one
up
or
there?
maybe two of those cops know Maddie and Kaylee? I mean, they were there before, for a call, for an incident call.
Where did Big Al go? Control F. That's what I've been. Wait, to search for something, Mary, on a PDF? Ah, yes, it is. Thank you, Mary. Now, why wasn't that working a minute ago? Okay. Let's see. Let me find the sheet. And then I'm going to pull it up. And this is what it says about the sheet.
I just don't understand where the blood's at. You can't tell me that with how bad it was with those four people, that there was not one drop of blood on that sheath.
See,
You
I
cannot-
agree with you, don't Dive. I'm trying to figure out
There's something wrong with that.
how do we got this massive blood everywhere, at least from the pictures we've seen at nighttime when they're shooting through the windows, unless those are chemicals where they're trying to pick up DNA. But we see all this red dripping. We got blood dripping out of the house, and you only got one little speck inside of a button. Why isn't it all over the sheath?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I try and just look at it like, I've been looking over this, and I don't listen to none of the media, that's for sure, because they don't dig through all the stuff like Scarlett's doing. They don't do that. They don't do none of that. The media, like News Nation, do you honestly think they're sitting at a computer going over PCA, going over all these documents that are coming out with motions filed? And they don't do that. All they do is rely on sources.
Yep.
Well, some sources can really make some big mistakes, and they can exaggerate stuff because News Nation is all about ratings.
Yeah, and then they
Oh,
bring
they all are.
Yeah, and they bring experts in that says, "Well, you've seen this kind of stuff before. What do you think happened?"
And you want me to tell you something else? I can tell you for a fact because I heard it from Nancy Grace's own words about 2 months ago. She does not go through all this stuff. She doesn't go through all of the everything that's coming in whenever they drop it.
She's got an assistant working for
Okay,
her.
she don't go through none of that. Yeah, she don't go through none of that stuff. So
Which is
I mean,
crazy.
I don't know. I don't know, but I'm just trying to think. Just like what you just said, with all that blood everywhere, it had to have been bad.
Oh, for sure.
And
maybe they're not telling us
all of
that. Maybe they're just telling us where one of the DNA was, but maybe they got more and they just don't want to put it in the
it's possible.
PCA.
Yeah.
That's what I could say in their defense.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe that's. But why not? If Bethany, to me, looked like law enforcement would want to know if Bethany's got, so say, exculpatory evidence, which would exonerate him.
Mhm.
Well, then give it up. What is it? Why? To me, you would think the prosecutor would even want to know. Well, we need, okay, well, let's hear it. What is your evidence? What's your exculpatory? And why not give up whatever else to the defense? Why are they trying to keep that back? Are they trying to hide
all these
something? Are they
games.
thinking?
That's
Yeah,
all
and
these
are they
games that they're
thinking?
playing.
I know it's going to piss me off, and I don't care what anybody says about it, but it is going to burn my behind up. Okay, if something happens and they do not have the right guy, and whoever it or them are that did this, they are still out there. That's going to burn my behind. I tell you, Ellie, they are going to shit because they're going to be sued like crazy. Like crazy. They're going to be dogged big time. Stuff like that goes on because it happens in Louisiana. It does.
I
It
mean,
does
it
happen.
happens everywhere.
Oh, yeah, but
It
it's
does.
happened in Louisiana. They had a case one time in Baton Rouge. This black man went to jail for 25 years, okay, for something he did not do. Matter of fact, it was rape, okay, of two girls from LSU.
Make sure you say the R. Say R instead of the
Okay,
word.
R-A, okay, the R, the
Yeah.
big R. And he went to prison for 25 years, and he kept saying, the family kept saying, and this organization, I think they were from New Orleans. It was like a team of students that was like wannabe lawyers, and I don't know if it was interns, something like that. And they're the ones who started doubting it. Look, because the family got in touch with them somehow, and they started looking into it, and they got with some attorney that volunteers a lot, his services. And sure enough, that your man got out, and the real killer, the real R person
Mhm.
that raped, that or the two girls or whatever, was in jail. He was already in jail.
Oh, wow.
And so you never know. You never know. And I mean, Bryan they want to give him the firing squad. Can you imagine? They find out later on that it wasn't him, and here he's dead.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that being my son.
That's why I say if this is going to become a death penalty case, they need to make sure that they are 1000% sure.
Yeah.
That
Because I mean, it just, I don't know, Scarlett.
We have something similar here in Florida where I don't know if I shared it on this channel or another one. But anyway, this group out of Colorado, I think it's where they're from. They look at old cases and they says it couldn't have been this guy because it could also be his brother. So the state attorney here, going against what the former state attorney told her, says, I'm going to go ahead and release him because they got more evidence. They got evidence now that says they got better DNA we had back then. So anyway, they released him. He went out and committed the same crime again.
Wow.
Yeah, but also now you remember,
I mean,
Dive. You remember here in Gainesville when during the Gainesville Ripper case, they arrested the wrong guy,
yes.
and the
Yep.
other guy
You're
later,
right.
when they find him, he's already in prison. That's why they can't find him.
Oh,
Okay,
He
I'm
was,
there's,
back.
he
there's,
was
let
in
me tell
jail.
you.
I'm sorry, he was in jail for another crime. Danny Rolling was in jail for another crime when they had the wrong guy arrested. And when the DNA came back and they says wrong guy, town went back into hide mode again. Board up the windows, lock up the doors again. No more nights activities. That's a big campus. It's probably one of the largest in the South, not the largest. But when you got today 60,000, back then it was about 40 something thousand students there.
Yep.
Okay, so Rosie
I mean,
says, I don't understand if hypothetically BK is acquitted, even if allegedly guilty, he can't profit from writing a book. I believe he can if he's acquitted. While he's in jail, or if he's found guilty and in prison, he can't then. But I'm pretty sure if he's acquitted, he could.
But who's to say I can't write the book and then I give him part of the profits, send it to
Yeah,
him?
yeah, probably put it on his books or something like that. But he himself can't profit. Like he could probably write a book all day long and have it published, but he can't sell it.
Ask OJ how that worked out,
Yeah.
because every one of his checks went to the family for his book.
oh yeah, all the profits went to the family.
Yeah, went to Simpson and Goldman.
I'll never forget that case. Oh my God.
I don't know how anybody could. I mean, it was really the first
No.
televised crazy thing that any of us ever saw. I mean,
Has he ever paid off all of his bills?
no, I don't think so.
Because he was found guilty
Oh,
in
probably
a
not.
civil court.
I know they sold a ton of his stuff, but somehow he's still living in a luxury place. I think still in Florida.
Yeah, he's down in South Florida somewhere.
Tonka, yes, from what
Well,
I
he will be
understand,
judged when.
Go ahead.
He will be judged when he go. I think he'll probably go to heaven first, and the Lord's going to judge him, and then send him right down to hell because he was guilty. OJ was guilty.
Yeah, I remember that case being on TV.
The reason why the
every day.
glove didn't
Said that they-
fit. Yeah, the reason why the glove didn't fit is because his attorneys told him not to take his arthritis medicine. And if he didn't take his arthritis medicine, his hands would swell. So when he went to put his hand in there, in that glove, that's why it didn't fit.
Plus all those chemicals they put on the glove could have shrunk it some. Who
Yeah.
knows?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to catch up.
I
Remember when he
can't wait
said-
for the trial.
Remember when OJ said you wouldn't catch me dead in those shoes? They have pictures of him in the shoes.
Really? Yeah. Oh, he was a joke, Kim.
Sally Mae, Lady V was in here earlier. And Lady Claymore, I am doing good, thank you.
It's just a lot of stuff that's. I
I'm
wish
still
we
trying to
had.
figure out. I'm just trying to figure out how Bryan or BK would become the DoorDash driver. How he knows she made that order. Was he working for them?
That's why I asked, like, could you do, like, did you order for someone else? And she said they were called gift orders and that they've had problems with stalkers doing that.
Yeah, because remember I asked, because when the person comes in and says, "Hey, I'm DoorDash. I need an order for Xana," and they go, "It's right there on the end of the counter." Is it that simple? And he picks it up and goes, or is it something he has to show ID and he has to give him a number?
Yeah, Lisa said that it depends on the merchant.
Wow.
Not all of them are the same. Some are very strict. Some are just, it's over there. Go, we're busy. And the people that I know that have taken part as a merchant, that's where I got that 30% number. And I was like, 30%? And one of my friends down in Minneapolis that runs a place, he said, yeah, we basically have 2 separate menus. And people get pissed because they go to our Facebook page and they see our menu that's posted on Facebook. And then they order, and the DoorDash menu is, 30+% higher. So a lot of people get pissed at the merchants because they don't understand that DoorDash is up in the price, not the merchant.
Let's see. Wait, Summer, who got fired? Okay, thank you, Social Butterfly. Uber Eats shows drivers path on a map so you know that they're almost to your home. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was, like I said, when I heard the theory and what we read in the PCA, I tried to like put it together. It makes sense. I still not gonna say yes or no.
And then why do you think the prosecutor is asking for more money? He got over what, $1 million, or was it $2 million?
I think two.
I mean, come
more
on,
than 2 million.
what does he need? What does he need some more money for? I mean, come on.
Yeah, he's claiming that this extra money that he was asking for is for expert witnesses and
I got 2
something
words:
else.
51 terabytes. They have to pay somebody to help them go through all that. That's a lot of data.
True.
It's hours and hours and hours of clicking and reading
I thought
and reviewing.
I read somewhere where 1 terabyte. I read somewhere, and I can't remember because I want to say I looked it up to see, and it said 17 hours is 1 terabyte
of video, depending on the
Yeah.
quality of video.
Yeah.
It can be as high as 60 hours.
Well, let me ask
Yeah.
you this: if they bring the 2 roommates back in for trial, does the state pay for it? Their travel and hotel or food? I mean, I don't know.
I would think so.
think so.
Because I know as a juror, you only got paid like $5 to $7 a day if you've been there more than 2 days.
I would say that they would probably, pay for their gas, probably a hotel.
$10 a day here. That's it.
Well, we get paid $50 over here.
Wait, down in South Louisiana, y'all do?
Yeah, $50. That's if in the beginning when you for jury duty, each day is $50.
I know up here where I'm at, it's I think 25.
25. It used to be over here, but it's 50 now.
Oh well.
Yeah, over here it is. That's what the they pay over here.
Hey, Louisiana's stepping up.
Tell me about it. I wish they'd step up with everything else.
Yes. Wait, I just seen something about. Oh wait, here it goes. Oh shit, I lost the end. Hold on, Jeff. I'm trying to find your comment. Could the 51 terabytes consist of some redundant files, multiple copies of the same clips?
They would do a hash search. Every file has a unique hash, whether it's a video or images or a document, and that would basically eliminate duplicates.
Yeah, because golly, that must be a lot of the same clips.
Well, they would use a tool that would check the actual content of the file, the programming, the ones and zeros, and if anything matched, then they would review it and get rid of the matches. But again, you're talking about hours and hours of somebody's time, multiple people going through. That's a lot of data.
That's a lot. Yep.
I mean, it's massive.
Let's see. How's a jury gonna pay their bills? I don't know what it. Did I ever look that up to see what the Idaho pays their jurors for each day? Let me see. Let's see. Wait, did BK hire his attorneys? I would think. No, Crystal. His attorneys are public defenders.
State of Idaho, you're entitled to receive $10 per full day of jury served, or $5 for each half day.
Oh my God! What are you? That's not even gonna pay for the gas.
Nope.
Well, no. Oh, I would tell them, y'all must be crazy.
I don't know if do they feed them?
No,
I've never actually made it onto a jury.
No, we had to
No.
go on our own place, and he gave.
I
the
never
judge
got.
gave us
I never
like,
got fed.
Judge gave us like an hour and a half for lunch.
Yeah,
Once
but I
again,
had to
every
pay for
time
my
we
own
break,
food.
exactly. He gave us like an hour and a half for lunch, and he warned us once again: you cannot discuss this case with anybody. You're not allowed to watch anything on TV, electronics. I mean, he went through the whole works.
But the grand jury, I think that's different. The grand jury's brought over there on a bus, all of them, to from undisclosed location, and I think they provide the food, their food and stuff. They provide everything for a grand juror. That's different from a
Oh, well.
regular juror.
I don't know. I've never been on a jury, so I don't know in Louisiana if they feed you or not. But I mean, a
Jury duty,
member.
they don't.
I mean, because like, how do they eat then? Because they don't want the jury to go out into the public.
You talking about the ones that are sequestered, or just a regular jury?
Just any of them. I mean,
Oh, we went out in the
See,
public.
this-
We went out in the
oh,
public.
okay. Well, I don't know.
Yep, I went
The
right across the
sequ- the-
courthouse, and there was about 4 or 5 sandwich shops you could go into, and I went in there and had a roast beef sandwich, fries, and a drink, and then I walked back across the main road, and there I'm back into the courthouse.
By the time you're done with lunch, you're $3 in the hole for the day.
Right.
Well, it's
See, my
worse than that. At
sister-
the end of the week, you don't have a paycheck coming in from your job.
My sister was sequestered, and she she was, because she was sequestered, she was they brought her food. I guess they got it from a restaurant or something. I don't know.
I would make damn sure that I wasn't on that jury.
Yeah, I'm
It's
just
just
no.
no, I wouldn't do it.
As high as gas is, even $25 a day. Now, if you don't have a job and you're needing the money, I understand that. But I mean, gas is too high. The Louisiana roads will tear a vehicle up, and you've got all that expenses. $25
yeah.
a day really isn't that good.
No, the roads are terrible in Louisiana. It's just
God.
ridiculous.
Oh, tell me about it.
Man, Minnesota's pretty bad too.
And all the
I think
taxes
that's
state tax.
yeah, I think that's a nationwide problem right now.
Yeah.
It just galls me. We send billions of dollars overseas, and I mean billions upon billions.
We've done that since the inception of this country.
And then all of a sudden, we can't fix these infrastructures and roads in our own country.
Yeah, it's confusing.
The federal government can send food overseas to these areas that get hit by earthquakes and typhoons. But here in the United States, the federal government can't do anything unless the governor allows it.
Michigan is $3.58 a gallon. Wow.
Yeah, we're at 360 right now in Minnesota.
I don't even know how much gas it. Oh, girl, he done snuck out the room again. Ours, I don't think ours is $3 now. How much is gas?
Ours is like 302, I think. Well, the last time I went, it was 302, 303, something like that.
Oh, never mind. Troll said ours is $3.29.
Yeah, you guys are close to a refinery.
But it's going to do that, Scarlett. Whenever you know how when the hurricane season down here in anywhere north south, it don't matter in Louisiana, the gas goes up because of hurricane season.
Yep, it does.
Plus, you got Labor Day coming up. You got a lot of people traveling through the states to get to Florida. They want
Yep.
to go down to Disney World. They want to go to SeaWorld. They want to go to Busch Gardens. They want to go down to Miami. And as soon as Labor Day's over, our gas prices drop back again. But here it's $3.35 to $3.50. Depends where you go for regular gas.
Yeah, in Louisiana though they do that because we have the whole evacuation, which I'm sure Florida has it too, the evacuation route, and everybody leaves from down south and comes up here, and so they make a killing on the gas. That these people have to leave and get stuck on the interstates going north and trying to get away from it, and then you got people that are filling up all their gas cans for generators and making sure all their vehicles are gassed up, and a lot of places will run out of gas quick. And they will have like the store out here where we're close to where we're at. There'll be a line of vehicles parked on the shoulder of the road, a mile or two long, waiting to get to the gas pumps.
Yeah, over here too.
And they'll run out of gas while waiting.
Yep.
Because it's so hot.
Yep. That's what they do. Go ahead.
I'm off of Highway 90. In between Lafayette and excuse me, New Iberia. You know where New Iberia is at, and
Yes.
In Broussard. And whenever they had Hurricane Lily, the traffic on 90 heading north was dead stop. I mean, for hours.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, dead stop. I had to let an elderly couple come and use my restroom because they couldn't wait. They couldn't hold it. I felt so sorry for them. It was terrible.
Yeah, it gets ridiculous here. And if you just mention the word of snow in a Louisiana forecast, people go crazy. They will buy up all the gas and all the food off the shelves as well.
Yes.
It looks like a third world nation when you walk in. just the word of a hurricane coming here.
Yeah, I mean, just the same here too. Once they start putting out the paths, like, when the hurricane pass, they'll put out several of them. It's I think the European one, this one, that one, and if it goes pointing into the Gulf, and it doesn't go north in the Atlantic, and it goes in, and they're saying it's going into the Gulf, everybody in the Gulf Coast starts putting everything out.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Just in case because they never know exactly where it's going to hit until it hits about the middle part of the Gulf. I know we pretty much know by that time what state it's going to hit, except for Florida, of course. If it turns and goes straight up. Don't Dive Tonka said, "I just love your accent. You sound just like my ex."
Oh, thank you, Tonka.
The Cajun accent is, I don't know. It's something you can't get enough of.
And actually, in 1980 is when I moved down to South Louisiana. I'm originally from Bogalusa. You know where that's at, Scarlett?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm originally from there, and we have that. Let me see. I guess like a hillbilly country. Kind of, maybe a little Texan. Well, I had that, but then when I moved,
mine, right?
Yes, Scarlett. And then when I moved down here, it was like I've got both. It's like it intertwined with each other.
Mm-hmm.
But every time me and my husband go somewhere, all the time, they're always saying, "Oh, we can tell where y'all from. Y'all from Louisiana."
Scarlett, Louisiana, Shreveport's probably the second largest city.
No, I think Baton Rouge is.
Yeah, Baton Rouge. It would be
that's
Baton
right.
Rouge.
Because you got that college there. You got 40 to 60,000 kids there. That's right.
Yeah, it'd be New Orleans, then Baton Rouge.
See, a lot of the states, until they passed that law not too long ago, they collect all the tax dollars and they send it to one big city like New Orleans, Atlanta for Georgia, Miami for Florida.
Mm-hmm.
But then people start raising Cain about it, and at least here in this state now it has to be equally distributed. Because we got some rundown counties here. They're just, well, I don't even call them poor. I call them broke. You can drive through there and see it's broke.
Yeah, that's how there's some places in Louisiana like that as well. Wait, what did the thing? Must have got lost. Said they pay $200 per liter of fuel. Must have got lost. You're in Australia, right? Honka, your mama was born in Shreveport. Oh, that is so cool.
Oh, it's a small world.
Yeah, I hate Shreveport though. Oh my god, I hate it.
Why,
Scarlett,
Scarlett?
getting back to this
I just
Idaho
don't like
case.
driving there.
Scarlett, on this
Uh-huh.
Idaho case, I was asking a question in another channel that it just went over their heads. I want to back up and make sure I got this right.
Okay.
The defense wanted to speak with Bethany.
Right.
They go through a judge. He signs an order for her to. Well, he signs an order for a judge in Nevada. The judge in Nevada agrees with him, tells him you got to go meet with their lawyer. You got evidence that could release him. All right, so then the two lawyers get together and they decide they're going to meet on neutral ground somewhere in Nevada. Okay, that's fine up to that point. Did the grand jury's indictment squash that whole thing?
I don't know. That's what I'm wondering, because that was the reason for quashing the subpoena to begin with, because Bethany agreed to talk to Bryan's attorneys. But once that grand jury happened, I wonder if that got her out of doing that interview as well, since
Yeah.
the prelim would have been
It probably
canceled.
did. Yeah, it probably did.
So that was a good move then by the state to squash that. There's something they don't want Bethany to talk about. That's what I'm trying to say. You got a man here, and as far as I'm concerned, he's 99% guilty, but his life is on the line. They're talking about death squad. They didn't vote for a firing squad until he got put on trial. That's
Right.
when they went to that. They wait till he got put on trial, and then they went to invoke the death squad. So they already know what they want in this case. This is a set deal. But I do not, I'm like y'all said earlier, I do not want to see an innocent guy get shot. And if he's the bad guy, I don't care if they shoot him.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If he is a bad guy, I'd kill him myself. But what if he's not? What if he's
Right.
not?
That's why I say it. If this turns out to be a death penalty case, they have to be 1,000% sure that he is the person who done this, because you don't want to send an innocent person to death row.
Yeah. I don't know.
Quite honestly, there's really no excuse anymore to send someone who's not guilty to death row with the technology and the capabilities they have.
Well, they were trying to do it the sane manner, where they do it with an injection. Now they're claiming they don't have that kind of. They're running low on that chemical, whatever it is they're putting them out with.
Yeah, I think they have a lot of issues getting it. Okay, so must have got lost meant $2 a liter, not 2,000. Let's see.
See, here in Florida, you got a lot of hidden taxes inside of that per gallon tax. They got state taxes, they got city taxes, all that's put in there.
Well, Florida does have some of the nicest roads in the country, though.
Oh, they do.
I mean, they really do.
I used to complain till I drove to Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi.
Alabama's bad. Minnesota's bad. We got potholes that have their own zip codes up here, some places.
Yeah, I mean, these are places you don't even have signs. There's not even tar or asphalt on the road. No concrete, nothing. It's
Well,
dirt.
we got those up here. Yeah.
You got to drive for miles
Over
and miles
here,
on the dirt road.
over certain places, well, it's bad. It'll knock your whole front end out of alignment over here.
Oh yeah, it's not abnormal to blow a tire in Minnesota on a pothole.
Hey, Jeremy, how are you? Okay, so don't doubt. What was you asking about a second ago about the knife sheath?
Oh shit! Hell, I don't even remember.
Okay,
let
let
me
me
let
bring
me.
it. I'm gonna bring it back up here.
Okay,
The PCA.
I don't remember, Scott. Does anybody remember? My memory is so bad at 57. Well, I'm fixing to be 57 in July the 2nd. And it's like, oh my God, I feel like I'm about 70.
All right, so it says here, and once again, is it? Oh yes, it's gonna let me. All right, so oh, was it about where the knife sheath was at?
Yes,
Whenever they said beside. Okay, so
I
it
think
says
that's it.
it says as I enter, and this is from Brett Payne. As I entered the bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonzalez and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a leather tan knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. So that's
Well,
where.
yeah. How did he know that was? How did he know that was Maddie? How did he know that was Mogan? Might have been Kaylee if they was both in the bed. How
Because
did he know right away that was?
they've already been identified.
Yeah, whenever this was wrote out, this PCA, they had already been identified.
Because how long did it take for
Well,
this PCA to come out?
It came out
well, you would have thought
right before
he would
Bryan
have
was
said
arrested.
by did it, you would have thought he would have said, well, by identification, it would have been known. It would have been Mogan. I wonder why he didn't specify that. I don't know.
It was next to Mogan's right side, correct?
Yeah. It was laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door.
Yeah. See, I still want to know, were those doors locked, and did he close them back after whoever the bad guy is? Did he close them back after he did his dirty deeds?
Yeah, because
Yeah, that's interesting to know.
if he would have closed them or locked them and closed them, I wonder how they got in.
Because wasn't there something about one of the dads went over there to try to fix a lock on the door?
Yeah, the weekend
I
before
think it was Xana's,
that,
huh?
it was Xana's dad. They had parents' weekend the night before that, and he fixed the lock. Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find something in the chat. What the heck? Does anybody else see Sima in chat? Oh, here. Okay. So Sima says about the knife sheath. I think it is dropped from the evidence list. Please check. They haven't released the evidence list.
They didn't even. Did they release the whole discovery list?
But the reason it was, are they talking about it being redacted?
I don't know. She's just saying.
Because the sheaf was tested first against genealogy. My next question is, when BK arrived back, well, whether he was at Pennsylvania or in Idaho, did they draw blood from him?
I'm pretty sure.
Because in some states, they have to wait till you're convicted. of a felony to draw blood. Well, let me put it this way: all 50 states will draw blood once you're convicted. Now, before you're convicted, what's the rules?
I would think whenever he was arrested, they did it.
Arrested or charged?
Well, he was charged when he was arrested.
Right. See, only about 20-something states do it, and I don't know which ones they are, before you're convicted. But all states can, after you're arrested for a felony, they can draw blood.
Okay.
Here, when you go into the county jail, I'm pretty sure they take a DNA swab.
Okay, so Shay said, I think Simma's talking about the genealogy testing being removed as evidence to enter into court. I've seen people talking about this, but where is this at? Where does it say it?
I don't know where it says it, but it kind of makes sense when you think about it, because it's not a heavily used
It's
technology
irrelevant.
yet, and it hasn't
And it
been
would
really
be
proven in court
right.
the validity of it.
So that would be irrelevant evidence.
Well, not necessarily irrelevant, but harder to use than, say, single source or some other form of DNA.
Well, when he was arrested, what they said that he had on his person was a swab. Now, I wonder if they meant he actually had the swab, or did they swab him?
No, they couldn't have swabbed him. Oh, when he was arrested.
Yeah, when he was arrested.
When he was okay. I don't think so, because they can't do that. They can't do that until he's got an attorney, huh?
Well, I mean, unless he agrees to it.
I don't think he would have, because then he would have. To me, if he would agree to do that or any other tests, then he would have gave an alibi. I don't think he did. No, I think he said, I want to see an attorney. I mean, and they can't even, once you say I want an attorney, they cannot ask you no more questions or nothing.
Well,
they send you in there, because that's how they did my nephew.
I don't know if this is true or not, but apparently when Bryan was arrested, he was taken to, well, it was said that he was taken to the Pennsylvania State Police Barracks, and that he talked with officers for about 15 minutes, and then he asked for an attorney. And allegedly, they asked him if he knew what was going on, and he said, yes, certainly. I was out. How do you put it? I was only 10 miles from it.
Well, yeah, but that's Pullman, huh? No. Yeah, Pullman. That would be 10 miles away. Would be Pullman.
Yeah,
huh?
Pullman was 9 point something miles from Moscow.
Yeah, because it's. I want to say when I looked it up, it was like about at least 10 miles.
Okay, let me see, because I wrote it down, and this is apparently all of this was said. His attorney LaBar that he had out in Pennsylvania, the public defender, is the one that is saying that Bryan had said all this. But the police asked Bryan if he understood what was going on, and Bryan responded with, yes, certainly, I'm aware of what's going on. I'm 10 miles away from it, or 10 miles away from this. And they said it was planned before the start of, okay, and then it was also planned before the start of school that Bryan's dad was going to fly out to Washington to drive back with Bryan for the Christmas holidays,
which he did before. Which his dad's went and he's went before to Bryan's and drove back with him. He's flew before
to Pullman.
His dad has flown before, like in the past, and then drove back. That's what I heard, but that's allegedly, of course.
When did he? Do you know when it was that he flew out there and drove back?
They didn't. No, it didn't. They didn't say. that they didn't say. But you know what? I was listening to somebody's to a video that today. I forgot who it was. I think it was maybe it wasn't Cluminati, but some guy came on and said that somebody he knows in Colorado that works at the hotel,
Uh-huh.
that Brian and his dad, they have a receipt showing that they stayed there.
There is a hotel receipt. I did not see where this receipt was from, but it does have. Hold on, I made notes on it. Let me find my notes real quick.
And didn't they take a long route and drive through Colorado?
Yes, they did go
Okay,
through
with it,
Colorado, but
yeah, this,
it's supposed to be from a Comfort Inn. Now, like I said, it does not show on this receipt that I saw where it was from what state or anything like that. But it did have Michael Kohberger's name on it. It had room 301. He arrived on December the 13th of 2022, departed on December the 14th of 2022. There was 2 adults, no children, and the rate was $79.80. Yeah,
yeah,
Shay,
because
it
this,
don't have it doesn't have the Comfort Inn logo on it. It don't have what state it was from. There's no address, no nothing. So that's all I seen. It when the person scrolls down on it, where you can see the bottom of it, it showed that Michael Kohberger had to initial some different things. I forgot what they were. I want to say no pets, no smoking, something like that. And if you do that, you get charged extra. But I can't say that it's from a Comfort Inn in Colorado when it doesn't say Comfort Inn in
yeah,
Colorado.
that's true. You're right.
Okay, I'm just trying to catch up in chat. And Shay, do you know where the receipt that's being put out there, where it originally came from? See, the rate would only be that amount if it's a half a day room charge and no show. See, way too cheap. The rates are usually reserved for the staff of a hotel and hotel if must be provided to get it.
Yeah, and this guy also said that BK was dressed in black, had a hoodie on, and he put it over his head, and he had gloves on. He
Wait,
had
who said
gloves
that?
on. That guy that was I heard that was on the one of the lives today.
Oh, okay.
I laughed. He had his gloves on and everything. It looked like he was trying to look inconspicuous. I
Yeah,
wonder
but
if
I
Disney.
mean, how do we know
Wonder if
that's even
he's.
true though? Because I mean,
Yeah, we don't. You're right.
did
Yeah,
we
we
see
don't.
the surveillance footage from the hotel, or
Exactly. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know. There's
Speculation.
it's okay. Thank you, Rosie. Um, I don't know. Like I said, I saw the receipt and I was looking. It kept saying from Colorado, and I'm like, where the hell does it say Colorado at on here? Like nowhere did it say that. See, the receipt was obtained allegedly by a friend of a person that worked at a Comfort Inn. That person gave it to a content creator. Uh, so they gave a receipt of a hotel that doesn't have the hotel's name on it.
See, if I would have known this, what you're saying, I would have put in chat. Well, what's on the receipt?
Well,
What hotel is it?
yeah, because I mean they showed the receipt, but it doesn't have the state. There's no address. There's no name of this
Oh, well, they
hotel.
would have that. If it was legitimate, they'd have all that on there. They
And
should.
so I don't know. I know that they did find a receipt. I believe it was for Comfort Inn in the search warrants returns, but I'm pretty sure they're going to have the name of their business on the receipt. So if you ever have to go back to that receipt or turn it in for tax purposes, then you have it to prove that it was for this hotel and all that.
I can tell you from experience, when you're turning in multiple hotel receipts, you better have the hotel, the date, the job that it's billed against.
There wasn't
And
even
you
a
got to have a
phone
lot of
number.
data to go along with that. Otherwise, tax man ain't taking it.
And okay, so it didn't show a phone number for the hotel. It did ask on there for the license plate of the vehicle that they were in, and it had Michael Kohberger's signature, which could be very easily put on something like that. To, you know what I'm saying? With
Yeah, it could. You're right.
See. All right, don't dive. You're breaking
Out of
up.
chat, and I mean, I'm gonna jump out of off the panel and go back in chat. Y'all have a good night.
Okay. All right. Thanks for coming up.
Okay,
Good night, Dump
you're
Dive.
welcome. Thanks. Good night.
All right. Have a good night.
You too.
Yeah. I thought whenever I was looking at it, I was like, yeah, that seems kind of weird because it doesn't have all that information on it. Excuse me. Okay, I was trying to catch up on a text message too. All right, let me take this off the screen where I can pull everybody. Wait, did Don't Dab leave? Okay.
Yeah, she said she was jumping back down to chat.
Okay.
She was her breaking up was getting progressively worse. I don't know if she's on a cell phone or using her computer or what.
Yeah, and it probably where she's at down there. If she's on a cell phone, probably isn't getting good signal either. See, they had to get a hotel. I don't think they drove for 2 days straight. No, Eric, I'm pretty sure they got a hotel somewhere. It's just we don't know between Washington and Pennsylvania exactly where it was at. I mean, it could have been in Colorado, but if you produce a receipt or somebody sends it to a content creator or whatever, you need to make sure that it has hotel name, address, phone number, and all that.
And also has his name.
Yeah, it had Michael Kohberger's name typed out on it, and then it had where he signed it, but it was just there was no hotel name on it. Gigi. Let's see where you should do without stopping. No, we drove from New Jersey to Florida straight through without stopping for a hotel. Well, we had to deliver a dog in New Jersey, and we drove straight through from Louisiana there. But there was 3 of us driving, and then we stayed in a hotel once we got to Jersey, and then turned around and drove it straight back the next day. But let me go back to. Let me do this before I click myself out of StreamYard. Okay, I'm gonna go to the warrant returns because I could have swore in that warrant return it says a hotel receipt. His handwriting is horrible, so it's gonna take me a second. Shit, I could have swore there was a hotel receipt on one of these. See, it was a hotel room key card. Okay, maybe that's what it was then. But I thought, I'm trying to find it, Shay, on, and I know it's got to be on the big one that they got from the house. I just got to find it. It's people's handwriting. Or was that in his car? Big Al King Scarlett's want you to talk to him. Is Big Al still up here? Oh,
I'm here. I was researching something. I'm
he's
sorry. Did you ask me a question?
no. King Scarlett was just like Big Al talked to us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading up on this death penalty stuff. It's you mentioned something. I think Riddler mentioned something about they didn't bring up the firing squad until this case,
Right.
and I'm curious if that's really the case, or if they had been fighting, to get something else in place because of the drug excuse. Because obviously they're a death penalty state, and they want to carry out these executions.
I want to say that after this case come up, that's when the lawmaker, I forgot what the guy's name is, started working
Yeah,
on
he
to get
introduced
it.
it. He
Right.
introduced the bill to bring it back, and that
Right.
is true. But I'm just trying to figure out if they were trying to do it before that or not. Because it seems like in the last 5 or 6 years, the rate of carrying out executions really fell off. I mean, they just pretty much stopped doing it. I had a moment of curiosity there. So sorry, King Scarlet News. I wasn't sleeping.
Not in Florida and Texas, buddy. They sign them.
Well, I know they got a fast lane in Texas.
Yeah, we got a drive through. Quick
They got
check.
drive through in Florida. I know.
Okay, so it is for the car, and it was the Comfort Inn, a room key holder, and stay information. Is what they found. So they're having problems. Wait, they're having the same problem in other states, Big Al, about not getting the drugs used to carry out the execution.
But like Shay said, in my opinion as well, I believe that's a political thing. I don't think it's factual that they can't get a drug.
Yeah, because how is one state able to get it, but other states can't?
Right. Now, if they're saying that it's cruel and unusual punishment because they've botched a few of these, then by all means, they need to find a better way. Because they shouldn't suffer. I don't agree with that. And I never agreed with the electric chair. I thought that was just brutal. And obviously, hanging was brutal as well.
That's the one I like.
Hanging?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was old school, man. Find the first tree and put them on their horse.
Look at Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, well, that was the people that hung his behind.
We were right there helping them.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we gave him the rope.
Yeah.
We're not exactly an innocent government in some of these situations, I don't think.
Hold on, I'm typing something out real quick.
When was the last firing squad here? Was it in Utah?
Oh, we looked that up, I thought.
I know it. I know Utah has it. Let's see. Are you talking about for the whole United States?
Yeah, I remember one that was televised. Of course, they didn't show the guy getting shot.
2010 in Utah. Ronnie Lee Gardner.
What year was that?
2010.
Okay.
And they were going over it that, let's say they have 7 shooters on the line. Only about 4 of them would have real bullets, and they don't know which one has it in case those guys have psychological damage later. In other words, mine might be firing blanks while someone else is firing the real deal.
Right. Dude, okay, so the guy in Utah, he committed the murder in 1984 and was put to death in 2010. Oh.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything fast about any of these. I don't think it's really quick in any case.
And that was state prison, am I correct?
Utah prison, yeah. Although it doesn't say whether it was a Utah federal prison or Riley Gardner's Utah firing squad. So yeah, it was a state.
Be interesting. When's the last time the federal government had a DP, death penalty?
Okay.
I guess
that was
Timothy
Justin
McVeigh.
Higgs in 2021.
Okay.
I don't know what his crime was. I'm
And
not
that was
familiar with
in,
that name at all.
was that in Utah as well?
Federal execution was Dustin Higgs. It does not say where it was. Just that it was the last and most recent federal execution. Let me see if I can figure that out.
Because at one time there were European countries that would not extradite criminals back to the United States.
Oh, there still are.
If we're going to use the death penalty. So we say, go ahead and you keep the guy and watch what happens.
Hold on, my chat is not a live chat anymore.
He was executed in Terre Haute, Indiana.
That's where McVeigh was at too, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I remember hearing that place, the name of that place. So it must have been when we were looking at McVeigh the other night.
Yeah, Terre Haute, Indiana is what we learned on here. Sure did.
So he committed the crime in Maryland and was executed in Indiana. It was multiple killings, 3 women.
A lot of sick people in this world.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about that. No shortage of them, that's for sure.
I remember the guy, Charles Whitman. He was a former Marine. He was on that tower in University of Texas. I hope I got his name right. Was it Charles Whitman?
Yeah.
Anyway, the guy said, should I do something wrong at my autopsy, tell him to check my brain. I couldn't find out there. I think they found tumor in there. Because see, I've always wondered, these people like Bundy and Dahmer and all of them, if you ran a scan of their brains, is there something that is very distinctive about all the SKs?
I wonder, have they ever done that before?
No, it's my new proposal, since y'all won't let me put the chips in.
Somebody just said something the other day that antipsychotics and anti-anxiety medications are involved in 9 out of 10 SKs over the last 15 years.
Damn.
Regardless of race or anything else, they're saying it was 9 out of 10. I don't know how factual that is. I'm sure there are quite a few that these drugs are involved, or they're using them or taking them.
But there's a lot of other people on it that.
Oh, absolutely. There's people that have great success. Me personally, I got put on an anti-anxiety medication at the beginning of COVID when I was losing my shit over my business being closed, and I had to stop taking it because I probably wouldn't be here had I kept taking it.
Yeah, that's
It did
A
not
lot of
work
that
for me.
stuff is not good for people.
It didn't
Don't
work for
God,
me.
you're welcome.
I'm sure it works great for other people, but for me, it did not work.
Yeah, some people
Yeah.
it does help, and then there's just some that stuff like that doesn't do anything for them. Okay, so Shay said damage to the frontal lobe is common in the brain. Oh wow. Okay, Roger says Gary Gilmore in Utah too. Judge Bullock was my boss's brother. So Mikey S, they in the Dahmer case, what you're talking about, they never donated it. Oh my gosh, yo, I can't type tonight. I can't text tonight. What the heck's up? I guess the key is still.
I get to take my big bandage off tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to it. I'll actually maybe be able to somewhat.
Have you got the stitches out of it yet?
No, they're still
Oh,
still
okay.
in.
Oh, wow.
I think probably this week I'll probably dig them out.
Just make sure it don't get infected.
Oh no, it's actually healing really good.
Okay.
It itches like hell though, like nonstop.
That means it's healing.
Let's see.
Of course, I only said that to you to make you think that you're getting better.
Right.
Okay, so Shay said, I studied a lot about SKs in criminal psychology in college. My initial major was forensic chemistry. Oh, wow.
I'm glad we got Shay here to answer my questions.
Shay rocks the house.
She always saves the day for me. Always. She's one of my unsung heroes.
Her and Sleuthy both have those sexy brains.
I had stitches across my knuckles, and when it itched, I took them out.
Yeah,
Oh,
mine
wow,
are coming
baby
out.
girl.
Mine are coming out this week for sure.
Okay, so Betty just said when it's just like that, Big Al, that means that the stitches are ready to come out.
Yeah,
I told you it's getting better.
I can tell by looking at it. It's getting close, but it's not quite ready yet. I take blood thinners, so I'm real careful about things like that. If I take them out too soon, I will just bleed. But we're not talking about that stuff anymore because it grossed people out the other night, and I felt bad about that. So let's drop the whole thumb thing.
Well, at least it's getting better, so that's a
Yeah,
good thing.
it's getting better. I'm doing better. Life is good.
I still can't laugh with you though about it because
You can. They were giving me shit about it tonight. I was down there cutting brisket for Father's Day, and they were, "Here, why don't you let us do that? Here, I'll take care of that for you. I hate to see you cut your other hand." Blah 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 blah.
Shay, you're very welcome. I'm trying to think if there was any other. Do y'all have any questions about this case? Like anybody?
I got a million, but there's not anybody can answer until we get some more paperwork.
I wish the judge would come out and make his decision on the gag order stuff that he heard, the arguments or whatever the other day. Like he still ain't came out with his decision on that.
It's going to be the last possible day.
I think he's going to keep the gag order in place because
I think so too.
Because as he said, Mr. Gonsalves, possible witness.
But if they're claiming that he's going to be a possible witness, why not go ahead and put him under the gag order as well? I mean,
Well,
because if
once
you
the
have a
wit-
witness, you wouldn't want your witness out talking, right? And telling stuff about the case that they know that the public probably doesn't know.
was that Mr. Gonsalves's whole complaint? I'm under a gag order.
No, he's not under it. The complaint really is from Shannon Gray, the Gonsalves's attorney, and he's basically wanting clarification on this gag order because he's not an interested party in the case. He can't call on witnesses. He can't cross-examine witnesses. But it says in the gag order that it's. I'll have to go back and find it the exact wording, but I believe it's witnesses, victims' family, the attorneys for witnesses of victims and victims' families. So that would put him under the gag order.
Right.
And they're saying that Steve and them are potential witnesses, but how can they be a witness if they've never been interviewed by the state?
Well, that's the state's problem. They're going to be interviewed by the defense. As soon as that witness list comes out, we'll find out.
And that was the main thing that Mr. Gray was arguing the other day. Like, how can my clients be witnesses if they've never been interviewed? And if I'm not an interested party in this case, I'm just an attorney for a victim's family. Like, I need clarification on what I can say. And he basically said that they're trying to shut him up. That's what he told the judge.
Well, see, I asked a former prosecutor once again.
Uh-huh.
So I want to talk to you about a tort. I said, I know that's for civil court. And I hit it right on the head, everything I told this former prosecutor. And the former prosecutor said, I hadn't been following that trial. What's going on now? I said, well, 2 families have hired a lawyer and they put a tort. They filed a tort on the case. And I said, their daughters were victims in that case. She goes, oh my gosh, don't tell me they filed that tort. I said, yeah, I don't understand why. What a dumb move by his lawyer. I says, I don't mind him filing the tort, but why didn't he wait till after the case? Because now he has made those those family members now become witnesses. I said, am I correct? She says, it's a possibility. The defense will call him up and want to know, why did you file a tort against the police department? And they're going to do that through an interview first.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if it's just something as simple as they didn't get the message out, or why did everybody else know that my daughter had passed away and I'm the last to know? Okay, I can see they're going to have to go tell him what the process is. I can understand that. But the moment even Nancy Grace said it, when he filed that tort, and she said, I better keep my mouth shut, but he became a witness for the defense. Same thing my source told me. I use that word source. Same thing my source told me, that's possible. It's not probable, but it is possible. They can use that as a defense. Like, why did you use it? Did they tell you they messed up on something?
Okay, I was just trying to. Mikey S said that they felt the deadline was up and that they did it on the last day, the last hour.
You have 2 years to get that in.
Yeah, 2 years now until that they have to bring the lawsuit up. Mikey says they have 6 months to file it.
Okay, 6 months to file it and 2 years to bring it before. Well,
Yeah.
that might make some sense there. But see, the tort doesn't say why or for what reasons.
It don't say why, and it doesn't specify an amount yet. Just they just went ahead and did the tort claim. And yeah, that is true, Mike. Not according to the statement. They probably know why they're going to sue, but they're just not putting it out there yet. See, I can tell. Okay, Shay. Shay, do you want to come up? Yeah, let me throw the link out. Because I would like to know what Shay thinks. I'm thinking it's going to have to do with the way everything was handled. In this case, we've heard Mr. Gonzalez from the very beginning complain about how things were done. Let's see, we already know Steve has questions about whether Bryan is actually guilty or if someone else is involved. Yes, because his exact words was, we want to make sure that we have the right guy. Shay, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome to. I want to hear why you think they're doing it. Eric, have a good night, and thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Mikey says, what's a big issue with evidence collection with Steve? Callie Down, how are you? Really just an intent to sue notice, but yeah, bad timing, crime scene and footage too late. Let's take over evidence collection. It's gonna be interesting to hear Ann Taylor fight this case.
I hope we get to hear it
I do too.
in real time.
I do too.
Like I said before, they can put the camera on the judge for all I care.
Just so we can, I just want to hear it.
No.
Because if we don't, even if we get the audio, I will be happy. But with the audio, just like they did with Vallows, they edited it down. They took out the lunch break, the other two breaks, like the mid-morning break and the mid-afternoon break. They took those out so it would shorten the audio. There could have been other stuff that they took out as well. We don't know about it. Callie, yes, I'm doing good. Thank you. So I need to hear it, like you said, in real time, live streaming, word for word what's said, except for, of course, the sidebar and stuff like that. We don't need to hear all that. All right, Shay, it's coming up. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Doing
Hey.
I was not gonna panel tonight.
Ha!
I just
You
want
showed
to
your
hear.
font.
Hi, Shay.
I just want to hear why you think they did the whole tort claim and what their reasoning is for this lawsuit.
Well, I think they did the tort claim to protect them in case this does go to trial and they're not able to get a successful conviction based on, like, say, tampered evidence. That's one of them. But my biggest reasoning of why I think that they need that as well is because you also look at like what's been shared in the media. And I go back to coroner Kathy Malbott's interviews. We look at the prosecutor's interviews, LE, the mayor, a lot of things that were said out in the public. And then it's like the families weren't able to talk, but I feel like that personally, like the Goncalveses came out whenever they were in reaction to what was being shared.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that there's a lot of mishandlings. In the Chronicles of Olivia interview that they did with the Goncalves family, you know, she goes on to describe, Christy does, about how, you know, her teenage daughter answered the phone and the coroner told her what injuries that she had. I mean, there's a lot of things in procedure wise, because tort is based on procedure. That is what it's about. So once you go against a procedural process, and I think that if that fails to get them to a conviction and the right person behind bars, they have every right to fight that with the city. That's just my opinion, but it's all based on procedural. And so when you look at procedural, it's how they handle the evidence. Has it been tampered? What was the chain of custody? The information? Were they notified based on the processes that were in place? And I think that there's been some missteps there, honestly, and I think that has them scared.
Now they got what, 5 different parties on that tort, right? They got Washington. They got Washington. Idaho.
Oh, okay. So it's WSU, University of Idaho, Moscow Police Department, Idaho State Police. I want to say that's it. Just those four. Trying to think. Am I missing one, Shay?
I think that's about right. I mean, Moscow is gonna cover all. I mean, that'll cover like the coroner and everything. Is what my understanding is, because it's a city as a whole.
Right. So let me ask y'all this real quick. This just popped into my head when I was thinking about it today. Okay, so y'all have heard where the coroner had said that all of the victims were in bed and likely asleep when they were attacked, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why is she saying that, but then the PCA comes out and says that Xana was found on the floor? Because it seems like when the coroner got there, she would have seen Xana's on the floor, therefore she wasn't in bed. You see what I'm saying? It's like they're not, like their stories don't add up together.
I think that the coroner was trying to say that they were asleep at some point and either they were awoken and attacked, etc. I don't think that they had as much information at the time of what the testimonies would be, also the tech data. Not saying what she did was right or wrong. I think she was making an assumption. She should have never said that.
Okay.
I went back and watched the raw footage of that because it's on a local station, and it still gives me cringy like vibes.
Yeah, I've heard it as many times as I've read the PCA, and for some reason, I don't know what I was looking at today, but it just like popped into my head. Wait, she says this, PCA says this. Why ain't they both saying the same thing?
I think she spoke way too soon. I think it's just been a problem. She's an elected official,
Right.
and
it's just, to me, she's very unethical when she talked to the Gonzalez family's daughter
mhm.
and I'm talking about Kaylee's younger sister, and told her intimate details about this case that should not have been told to anybody but the parents.
Agree. And I think that's another procedural issue, like going outside of that. But, you know, honestly, if you kind of go back and you listen to what the Gonzalez family has shared, and if you do believe what Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show shared on behalf of Christy and their concerns, and some of those examples he gave were a lot more in the area of the evidence procedures, like the stools. Like he gave quite a bit of examples of things that I felt like maybe were relayed from Christy that were of concern of the families. And those were things that were already on my mind whenever I saw the tort claim as well too. But I also had this other side where I could not get over this coroner. Like I don't know why. That just like is something.
Well, I seen this on another chat today, or on another video today, where she, and I'll pull it up and to show it, and I didn't even catch this either. Wait, I gotta go to the Moscow website, where she put the manner of death and the cause of death backwards. And I thought, well, maybe it was just, maybe somebody else typed it up and did it backwards. But if they would have typed it up, I'm pretty sure she would have dictated it first. And then they would have transcribed it as she said it.
Possibly.
Now you see down here? She has those backwards. It should be cause of death, stabbing, manner of death, homicide, murder. And I never noticed that until I seen it somewhere else on another channel.
Hold on. I'm pulling up Tarrant County Medical Examiner site to see what it looks like.
Okay.
And I can tell you if it looks
Because, I mean, it has her name at the top. And like I said, it just could have been an informal type up that she did to put out to the public.
Now, she didn't put them in order that we see them on the other paperwork, right? She didn't put them in
No.
order of their death or of their age.
No. And this could have been, it's just something that she dictated out, her medical transcriptionist or whatever who did it for her could have typed it up for her real quick to put it, because it does say for immediate release.
So the manner of death should say homicide.
Right.
And then the cause of death would be stabbing.
Right. And they're backwards.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying.
Problem.
If she dictated that, and if she said manner of death is homicide, cause of death is stabbing, and the transcriber did not type it right like she said it, then that's on the transcriber. But if she typed this up her own self, did she not go back over and proofread her work? Did she not proofread the transcriber's work before it was sent?
Good point.
And like I said, I've looked at this several times. I didn't catch it. I did see it on another channel. I was like, damn, I need to bring that up because that's sloppy work.
Do we know if that's been corrected since?
I haven't seen it. Hold on, let me go back to the Moscow website.
That might be worth checking.
Oh, shoot. Hold on. Clicked on the wrong thing. Let's see. So that was a Latell Corner. That was done, excuse me, on 11/17/2022. I'm not seeing any other corner releases. Let me see what this clarification is. So for some reason on a clarification one, it just says that you've entered, it has this link that you can't click on. There's nothing else from a corner on here, just that one. And it seems like if they would have like updated it, they would have taken that one off.
Why would they have that backwards? That's wild.
I hate to say it, but it should literally just be a simple typo.
Wait, say that again?
It should quite literally just be a simple typo.
I can't hear anything he's saying. Can y'all hear him?
He's saying it could have been a typo.
Just a simple typo.
Yeah, but that's a huge typo.
Oh, it
That's
is.
a
I
big
agree.
thing to move. Oh.
That's huge, because even if she typed it up, she should have proofread her work.
I agree.
And if she had someone else to type it up, she should have proofread the work. King Scarlet, it has, hold on, I'll bring it back up for you. Give me just a second. She has the cause of death and the manner of death backwards. I get this thing, it jumps every time I go to it. All right, let me pull it back up real quick.
From the very beginning, she should have said, I defer all questions to the district attorney's office.
Something. Okay, King Scarlet, there it is. I've got it highlighted. I mean, it could be a typo. but it would have been fixed if there'd have been a proofreading of it. Hey, American Princess, how are you? Corner said the corner said it that way, so it's not far-fetched to see her write it that way as well. That is backwards. Like, how does a corner get that backwards? That makes absolutely no
I
sense.
mean, would it really change anything in court, though?
Possibly not, but it makes the county of Latah look bad, and their
Oh, it
corner look
definitely makes
bad.
them look bad. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I don't think it would change anything, but still, it's sloppy work, is what it is.
Well, I agree.
Very sloppy. It doesn't make the county that is investigating these kids' murders. It doesn't make them look good.
Mm-mm. It's disturbing.
Let's see. Wait, right? Brett, who wrote the wrong state in a PCA?
Are they talking about the Johnson, Idaho, Johnson, Washington thing?
Oh, yeah, probably so.
Mm.
I think the more we look at these documents and everything that's come out, the more we're going to find, little things here and there. Just because there's nothing else to look at yet.
I mean, look how many times I've brought up the PCA just to go over what it says. And it's like every time I bring it up to relook at something, I see something new that I don't think I saw before. And I've read the whole thing. When it came out, I read the whole thing to the chat. And it's just like, damn, I didn't realize this or didn't realize that. So she's not just the coroner. She's an attorney, RN, plumber, core mechanic, electrician, and a chef. I knew she was an attorney and a registered nurse. She wears many hats. But just still no excuse though that she got that backwards.
I know if I was under a microscope like that, I'd certainly be checking my work.
Yeah. Just as a person who has done medical transcription, any medical form, whether it's just a form like this or anything, you always want to make sure that everything is 100% correct, no matter what it is.
Let me ask you this. I'll just ask you three here. Does y'all's local papers cover this story?
No.
I don't know.
I can't say because I don't deal with our newspapers here are incredibly biased, and I quit reading them a long time ago.
Same.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, which I don't get, like the local papers or whatever. Well, the biggest paper we would get would be like the Shreveport Times. I highly doubt it's been covered in that.
Well, our newspaper's only good for wrapping fish and bird cages and stuff like that.
So I found a few articles, and some of them kind of are saying the same thing, but it is interesting when they're talking about the coroner. It's like in response to the way like she has I guess communicated throughout this case. And so one person said she should stop talking. She's never done an autopsy. She doesn't understand the value of the autopsy information to police. She should not have talked to anybody about the injuries of the victim. So this is also in response to when she was saying that toxicology didn't matter, but to the person that had made this remark, they said, I disagree, because if you're trying to figure out where somebody was and came from, you could find that through food and all sorts of stuff that could be in the toxicology report. And so they just felt that she was not educated enough to say one way or the other.
Well, I mean, in a murder, why wouldn't the toxicology reports? Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it matter?
I think it was too soon for her to say. I think it was kind of flippant. Like she's just like, well, here it is. It's like you just want to just move on with it, you know? Like there's nothing further to look at, and I find that really disappointing. Why not get
It's
all the information and see what is
sloppy,
needed?
sloppy. That's why.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's sloppy what she did with the paper I just showed. It's sloppy for saying that the toxicology report doesn't matter. Because let's just say hypothetically, what if these kids had been poisoned some way? Toxicology would matter then.
Damn straight.
You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
What
So
if
for
they were
her,
drugged? I'm not even poisoned. What if they were drugged?
exactly. So the toxicology report, no matter in whatever murder case, it should matter. Danielle, you're very welcome, honey. It should matter no matter what. No, if everything comes up negative, it still matters. She's very, uh, I can't think of another word except for sloppy. Look at how many things she's done that's been sloppy. You talk to a child of, of not a child of a victim, but a younger sibling of a victim when you should have been talking to the parents only. And or
Mhm.
Olivia, because Olivia has a lot to do with this case and she's a grown adult. You tell these parents what the wounds were like on their child. That you shouldn't have done that.
I
I,
did not understand that.
these parents are going through enough. Even if a parent would have asked, she should have been like, you know what, uh, I think it would be better off if you didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Not just
Yeah, yeah.
come
And
out
if
and
you need to know, it'll come out at trial.
right.
Well, I think that she should have left that to the parents to decide if they want to disclose that information with their children. I mean, it should have went directly to the parents. It shouldn't have been a question.
Yeah, I would have been mad if
Me
I
too.
was in their shoes and I come home and my younger child tells me that the coroner told them all about their sibling and the wounds. I'd have been mad. It's sloppy, sloppy work. It doesn't make Latah County look good. It doesn't make Moscow PD look good. It doesn't make this case look good.
Mm. I mean, I think that I mean, I don't see it as a problem that they have like a tort claim in place because of all these different things. Not to say it will be used, but I think they need a safety net
Right.
because there are things that give you side eye. I mean, how would you not
For
feel that
sure.
way? Especially when the family from the get-go was firming up the timeline and telling the police to fix it. Like
Yep.
that I do you remember that like whenever they were doing the food truck and when they got home and then Olivia was like, we'd
She
like
had
for
to
them to correct the
find.
timeline.
Yeah, but what's sad though is that she had to go find the time
Yeah.
and tell the police that was supposed to be doing the job. She was actually doing the job for them, and had to correct them. Now, how does that look to a person who has a child that is looking for colleges, possibly considering University of Idaho, and then there's 4 murders? Police are claiming they're doing all this, but the victim's sister has to go find the time that they really got home. It doesn't look good.
No.
Big Al, what was
Yeah.
you saying a second ago?
Oh, I just think all these high profile cases that we've been through in the last year and a half, 2 years. How many times have we given the law enforcement an attaboy?
Yeah,
It seems like they're dropping the case left and right, no matter which one you look at. They just
yeah,
keep dropping the ball over and over again, and all these little things add up to be big things. That are causing people to lose faith.
yeah.
I mean, there's already a million reasons to lose faith in law enforcement. And we don't need that right now in this country. We need to be able to depend on and count on and and stand behind the people that are brave enough to do that shit that nobody else wants to do.
Right. It looks bad. I mean, if my child was getting ready to go to college, and U of I was on their list, I'd be like, no, you're not going there. This is a prime example of why you're not going there.
Well, understanding that they only have so many days to get this in now, I can see why they filed it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, see, now it's making sense. And that's what we're here for, somebody to tell us, okay, in Idaho, you got 60 days to file it, and then you got 2 years to act on it.
Sally Mae, yes, Lori was denied a new trial, and the woman actually walked out of the courtroom on that day smiling.
Wait, can you repeat that?
So Lori Vallow had motioned for a new trial.
Mm-hmm.
That was denied. The judge denied it, so she's not getting a new trial. She walks out of the courtroom that day that she was denied the new trial, and she's smiling.
Mm.
And if you didn't know beforehand, before you see her walking out of the courthouse smiling, that she wasn't getting a new trial, you would have thought just by the smile on her face that she was happy because she was getting a new trial. Like, it's just, I don't know what's going on in Idaho. And no offense to anybody living in Idaho, but I don't think I'm gonna be going to Idaho. Some crazy stuff up there happens. And what's crazy, like Chad's from Idaho, but Lori wasn't, and neither was Bryan.
I know. I was just actually reading over the criminal procedure and the coroner's inquest for Idaho, just to kind of see if I see something that stands out, because I'm just in so much shock that the manner and the cause is switched.
And see, it's stuff like that, like we were talking about earlier in the live. Big Al was talking about now he notices all these different cameras that people have on their house since this trial has came out. It's going to be the same thing with this. Now, we're going to start, every time we look at something, we're going to look for the stuff that is said wrong or done wrong or whatever.
We're just picking everything apart now.
Yeah, I've always kind of had a little bit of a complaint with the court documents, not just this case, but others where there's a lot of misspellings and stuff, and it kind of bothers me because I feel like when you're in a legal form, like, this stuff matters.
Even in the PCA where they're talking about, hold on, let me pull it back up so I can read it verbatim. But I had to go back to Blaker's PCA to verify that it was in fact a typo, and it's talking about, let me find it because I want to make sure I read it verbatim what they have in here. I want to say page 5, I think is where it's at.
I always get down these rabbit holes. I can't ever get out.
Some of them rabbit holes are fun though. You learn all kind of good stuff in there.
Well, pull up a chair, Shay, and get comfy because I got a feeling we're gonna be here for a while.
Well, before I came into chat, I was actually down one with Melissa Jade in the DoorDash one, and she was like, "Lost has DoorDash up on. We gotta go." I was like, "Okay." So we came in to hear everything, and I would have come anyways. I'm glad we did, but we just want to understand more.
Right.
The
I'm glad
DoorDash
she
thing
came
had
up.
me confused. I mean, I really wanted to know, and I'm glad I remembered that.
Yeah, I think the DoorDash one, that I believe the warrant's sealed because possibly that person may be a witness in testimony. I don't
Of some
necessarily
sort.
think it's Bryan. Yeah.
It could be anybody, but the 2 phone thing, that leaves me scratching my head because, okay, say it is. Like we were talking about earlier, he can't use that. It places him at the scene.
Right.
No, but I do think you could have ordered as a guest person. Like ordered a guest like delivery. That's a possibility. That was one of the ones I've always thought because I used to order food for my girls.
The gift thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And if his car was in the area when the order was placed?
Yeah.
You know, if they can put his phone, you know, where he could see the house when the order was delivered, because like she said, they know exactly when it was dropped off to the second. You know, they're clicking the button on the app, and it's
Yeah.
putting a timestamp on it, and it's putting a GPS tag on it.
All right. So what we was talking about the mistakes or whatever. I've got it
Mhm.
highlighted where it says right here a video of a suspect. The video is described below leads investigators to believe, and I should have did it right here instead of the whole paragraph. It should have been a suspect vehicle. People like it's like before my power went out. People were running rampant all over social media saying that they've got a video. That Dylan has got a video of Bryan's car or of Bryan. Like that was what was the rumor running rampant, and all it is, it's just a typo. It should have been vehicle instead of video.
Mm.
There's just I've noticed like there's if you just go through and just
But
very
those little
slowly read it.
things put people down a tailspin of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've noticed there's a few different typos in it, which don't get me wrong, typos can happen, but you should always proofread your work.
Yes.
It's this is advice coming from a transcriber of many years. You always proofread your work, always.
Well, I think that, I guess I just hope that there's not a technicality that comes out of some of
Hopefully not.
these oversights, I guess is the best way to put it.
I don't think the one from the coroner would. I really don't think. And probably not the one I just showed on the PCA. I mean, it's obviously it's a typo, but
That burns me up the most when these people who have been sentenced to prison or correctional institute, and the next thing you know, they got an appeal because the judge said and instead of or. And they have to retry the case from that point on. And then the jury comes out now and reverses their whole decision. And they're scot-free.
I know King Scarlet, but I'm glad that it didn't last until Tuesday. She said when you said you were coming back on Tuesday, I was like, that's like dog years of true crime. You know how much happens in one day.
It's true. It's so true.
All right, these complaints involve people.
Scarlett, did y'all get the high winds also?
Yeah, we had 80-mile-per-hour straight line winds that came through that. Well, it was early Friday morning around 3 o'clock.
Jeez, that's like it's almost as bad as a hurricane.
They said that it was the winds that came through were equivalent to hurricane force winds.
Yeah.
And I forgot who it was that posted in chat earlier. They were from Oklahoma. Might have been Loaded Hot. Said that it was like 140-mile-per-hour winds that came through up there, and two of his family's tents that they have where they sell fireworks, they lost both of the tents from the winds.
Oh, I guess so.
Yeah, I know it's been doing bad up there too.
Surprised they could find the tent.
I've got a video from last summer when straight line winds hit the front of my place.
Uh-huh.
And I have it's a 18 by 40 steel frame canopy that weighs, it's probably close to 1,000 pounds. With the top on it, it's 1,250. And it was tied down to 8 solid oak picnic tables. And I have video of those straight line winds picking up that whole canopy and all of those picnic tables and smashing it into the front of my building.
Yeah.
Wow.
Straight line winds are wicked, man.
Yeah.
They're just as bad as, if not worse, than a tornado.
They tear, no matter what's in their way. There's trees down on our property. We didn't have trees in the yard, but we had a lot of limbs down that we had to clean up. I'm just glad we didn't have to wait till Tuesday to get the power back on.
Yeah, that would have been a long time.
Right. And some people are saying it'll be the 24th before they get theirs on.
That's crazy. Well, you can pretty much throw away everything in your fridge and your freezer.
Yep.
You
We
know,
had to do that.
I'm sorry to hear that.
We had to do that. Troll lost every bit of his corn in the gardens. A lot of stuff, a lot of his other plants got blew over. Some of them stood back up once the sun hit them. Hey, Jason, how are you? Uh, he was more worried about his gardens, though, than anything else.
Poor thing.
I told Big Al the other night, he was standing there, he was like, well, there goes my corn. There goes my squash. There goes my okra. Damn, I wonder if my tomatoes are okay. And I'm just wondering, like, is this going to blow my house away? You know, he's worried about his garden.
I
Jason,
get
yes,
it.
I'm doing good. Yeah, because he's put a lot of work and you know, a lot of work time outside when it's been hot, a lot of money put into him and all that. So, but he told me, he's like, I'm not messing with corn anymore. Can't. It's every year it gets ruined.
Yeah, that's a hard one. And we kind of stick to like peppers and potatoes and tomatoes, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
What's
Yeah,
bad
this
on the
coroner was talking really early on, even like the first few days. Like I'm even seeing in like local papers she was talking.
What? When? Okay, so I'm gonna have to go back to the Idaho website. When did the non-dissemination order come out? That was January the 3rd, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I
so
believe
she would have
so.
been talking before that.
Yeah, because like, I mean, I have her quoted November 17th, November 15th. But it's interesting because, I mean, I live in a big city, obviously, area, but like our medical examiners don't do freaking interviews. Like, no, this is weird. Like, this is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
see, I
Like, you
never
want to
heard
know
them here.
something, you go to the website and you look it up, and that's about as far as you're getting.
We never see the medical examiner or the coroner give a report here. Never. I mean, other than when they go to trial. There's
You
nothing in
mean
the paper.
you mean interview or statement?
Yeah,
Okay, like reports they do all the time, but statements, yes, that makes
right,
sense.
right. They don't go before the media.
Yeah, this is just really odd to me.
see, here they do if it's a murder case or it's some kind of mysterious disappearance or something like that, and then they get found, then they will. But just for a standard case, they don't.
But it seems like if there was any type of information that she could have given to the public, they would have had her speak at one of the like the press releases or something like that instead of to this newspaper and doing this article. And you know what I'm saying, it would have been done in the presence of the Moscow PD.
When is
And
she
yeah,
up for re-election?
I don't know, let me see.
Is
How long,
it a press gimmick? I mean, that's kind of interesting.
let's see, I wonder how long she's been a coroner there. Let's see if we can find her. All right, so she was elected in November of 2006 for the Latah County coroner. So 17 years.
Might want to rethink who's in that seat next.
Okay, so she graduated as a registered nurse from Sacred Heart School of Nursing, worked at Gritman Medical Center Emergency Department for many years. She graduated with a BS in political science from the University of Idaho and then completed a law degree from the University of Idaho in 2001. Mabott and her law office, Mabott Law, are now representing ex-convicted killer James Leonard, who was arrested a mile away from where the 4 college students were killed on November the 13th. Wow.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like anytime I get into cases, I start having a lot of problems with the coroners.
I mean, you would think her being an attorney, she would know not to speak.
What type of law does she practice?
Uh, Criminal defense.
Oh, good Lord.
She's representing the James Leonard guy. He was arrested. It wasn't maybe 2 weeks after the murders happened, and everybody ran with that, thinking he was the guy that did it. See, I'm passing out. It was really fun. A social butterfly. You have a wonderful night, and thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. I'm not going to be far behind you.
I am 1 foot out the door myself. So thanks
Yeah,
for having me
guys.
up.
Me
I am
You're
too.
welcome.
beat.
Y'all are very welcome. Thank y'all.
Now
for
my
coming.
brain hurts
I know.
again.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go.
Mine
Okay.
always hurts.
Yeah, this one just is bending me in too many different directions. I can't wait for more data. I need more data.
Have you ever had like one of those instances where you just like take the palm to your forehead?
Oh yes,
Yeah, that's what this case is.
yeah,
Yeah.
it really has been.
I didn't mean to go down a rabbit hole, but I guess when I think tort claim outside of evidence, this coroner just has all the red flags with me. I'm just like, what is going on here?
It's craziness.
It is. But thank you for having me up. I do need to get some rest. So good night, guys.
Have a good night, and
Good
thank you
night,
for coming
Shay.
up.
Good night,
Thanks.
Shay.
Good night, guys.
Mr. Riddler, have a good night, sir. Chat, thanks for being cool tonight. I only saw one dickhead.
I think that's all we had tonight.
We just had one dickhead. No balls, just dick.
Yep. Saying some inappropriate things, and then they wanted to come up on panel, and I just let them sit in the back chat.
Yeah, I saw that.
Backstage.
But what's good about this channel is you learn something new every time you come on here, even if it's just one thing. Some of them it's a waste of time to watch.
Right.
But this one, and I can name some other good channels as well. But I'm just saying, this is an excellent channel where you will learn something. People are going to ask questions, and somebody out there's got the answer, and then we can research it and say, "Oh yeah, they're right."
Yeah, I mean, we always have a lot of good people on panel. There's always a lot of good people in chat who throw out a lot of good points, and their theories make sense, and it turns into a good conversation.
And after a while, after watching this, I felt like I was friends with those 4 victims, even the 2 girls that were left there. Because we kept seeing their pictures. We started finding out, well, what was their interest? Who were they dating? Right. We knew them so inside and out. And I just want to walk up to the parents and shake their hands and hug them and tell them I wish there was something I could do. Yeah. Even the 2 survivors, they'll be carrying this with them
for the rest of their life.
Exactly. And it's just like the ladies that were left alive at the Bundy case, because he didn't unalive all of them in that room. But it's just what they've got to carry with them, and they got the scars, they got the pain that has to go with them, and it's not just emotional too; it's also some physical for those girls.
Well, it's gonna haunt them for the rest of their lives, unfortunately.
See, there's nothing out there for the victims.
No.
The bad guy goes to a prison. He gets. It's not the greatest medical, but he's got medical.
He gets all the therapy he wants, and
he could get an education. He could get.
Yeah.
But the
person, no matter where the girls go to, anybody that's heard of this case and has seen the pictures of the victims, including Dylan and Bethany, they're going to know who they are. Yep. They're just the name. They're going to know it. And and that's.
I was wondering about that the other day. Do you just go ahead at that point and just change your name? I mean, just to not have to deal with all the questions all the time, and
they could, but then people seem just think of all the pictures that's been put out of them.
Yeah, true.
I mean, you would have to change your complete image to try, to keep people from knowing who you really are. Thank you, Dreamcatcher.
Well, y'all have a beautiful night.
All right, you too.
I don't know. I guess maybe we'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we won't.
As long as I got power, I'll be here.
Right on.
Take care, Big Al. Good to see you.
You
again,
too, sir.
buddy.
Good to see you as well.
Yes, sir.
See you later, chat. Thanks for being so damn cool. And click that thumbs up if you haven't yet on your way out. Adios.
All right, have a good night. Don't dive. You have a wonderful night as well. Eat bliss. You have a good night. I'm trying to see. I thought I saw somebody else that said that they were leaving. I gotta get out of here too. I gotta go to bed. Them 2 nights without any sleep was just horrible. Jeremy, have a good night. Callie Dime, you have a wonderful night as well. Wait, Dennis, what is 417? Rosie, you're welcome, honey. Susie, have a good night. And if y'all haven't done so, hit the thumbs up on your way out. Oh, the time. Yeah, it's 3:18 where I'm at, Dennis. It's getting late.
It's 4:18 in the Sunshine State.
Yeah, well, just what, another hour and a half and you'll be getting the sunrise.
Yep. Most of the states on the eastern, and only a part of it in that Panhandle area is on Central.
Yeah, I think it's Central Time all the way to, I don't know if the whole state of Texas is Central Time or not. It is 1:18 where King. Oh, yeah, because you're in California. All right, yeah, I'm about to get out of here.
Well, thank you for having me, and I'll look for you again tomorrow, and I hope the power stays on, and I hope everything turns out good for you.
Well, thank you. Hopefully it does. If it doesn't come any bad storms, I think we'll be okay.
I wish you had my generator.
Oh, we went and bought one yesterday.
Oh, really good. What kind did you get?
Generac.
Oh, I like that.
Yep. We got, I think it was 60, what is it? 6,500 watt? Is that what it was? Okay, he got a 6,500. We needed a bigger one than 6,500 watts, but that's all they had, and they were selling out quickly. So we got what we could.
Right. I kicked myself in the rear end. There was a gentleman I knew. He owned the company that sold these generators, and he was selling them at a whopper of a deal to his buddies.
Mm-hmm.
And you can even hook it up to your house, so when your power goes off, it kicks on like 1 minute after the power goes off.
Right.
It's something like that. And I didn't get it. My buddies did. All during the storm, they're happy as a lark. I'm over here sweating.
Yeah. And I mean, if the power does go back out, we at least have that, and it runs on like 11 hours on a tank of gas, so that's not bad. But it's just, you have to get it out in the front yard, then you have to run 10 million extension cords to everything that you have, and then once it goes off, or once the power comes back on, then you got to roll up all the extension cords and you got to put it all up. But I'm glad we have one. We had one in the past, and we was going to get another one a few months ago, and we never did. And then I'm glad we got it now, because once hurricanes start coming, they're going to fly off the shelves quicker than what it did with these storms. What?
Oops.
Oh, he said he's going to fix it where we don't have to use an extension cord. He can just hook it to the house. All right, y'all. Well, I'm about to get out of here, so I can head to bed. Dreamcatcher, have a wonderful night. Riddler, thank you so much for coming up. All right, well, thank y'all so much for coming and hanging out with me tonight. I'm glad I got to come back. I missed all of y'all. It's been a blast. Thank you to Lisa for coming up, the DoorDash worker, and explaining some different things to us and answering all of our questions. That was really nice of her to do on such short notice. And I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. If you're in the path of any storms, please be safe. If you're in this heat, make sure to hydrate and drink plenty of water. Scarlett, look into Tesla Powerwall. It's a lifesaver. Okay, thank you, King Scarlett. Wonder, you're very welcome, and thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Michelle, have a good night. And like Wonder says, it's an important reminder, be kind to one another, make sure you laugh and smile, perform a random act of kindness, remind someone that you love them, check on a family member or a friend, and take time for you. That's good advice, Wonder. Thank you. All right, so I love y'all. I hope y'all have a wonderful night, and I will see y'all tomorrow night.